Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources Commission meeting for March 21st, 2025. This morning we're going to have two gentlemen from the department lead us in our invocation and our pledge. This morning leading us in our invocation is wildlife biologist Wes Little. He's the regional wildlife coordinator and former waterfowl biologist in the department's migratory bird program. Wes?
Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that we have the opportunity to lift up prayers to you. Father, it's a comfort to know that you not only hear our prayers, but you answer. Father, we pray today for those gathered here today to make decisions. Father, we're all united that we love this creation that you have given us. Father, we're a passionate bunch. Our passion is all the same. Our opinions differ sometimes, Father, but our passion is all the same. Father, as decisions are made here today, we pray for our leaders. Father, it's easy to criticize, and that's usually my go-to, but we should pray for our leaders, Father, and I do that now. Pray for those making decisions, Father. I pray for those here that are representing their interests across the state. For those that work in this field, Father, we're all united together for the same passion. Father, we offer a special prayer today for those that are too sick to be here. We live in a fallen world, Father. We know that life isn't perfect, and we miss those that are not here. Father, we ask your care and your touch be upon them. We look forward to seeing them again. Father, we offer these prayers today through your Son, Jesus Christ, the greatest gift we've ever been given. In Jesus' name we do pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. And then we're going to have Marcus today, bowling. Marcus is the department's statewide boating education coordinator, and he's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Marcus?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. All right, roll call of commissioners.
Roll call. District 1, Dr. Robin Floyd. Present. District 2, Jeff Raymer.
Present.
District 3, Matt Rhodes.
Here.
District 4, Greg Cecil. District 5, Commissioner Lillard.
Present.
District 6, Jerry Farrell. District 7, Chuck Meade. Present. District 8 is vacant. District 9, Walter Robinson. Present.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so my remarks. It's been a real pleasure for me to serve on the commission with everybody. This is probably going to be my last meeting based on, being replaced with how the commission's set up, but I've really enjoyed everybody that I've gotten to work with and all the different things that I've had the opportunity to do. And I'm just excited about the things since I've been here in the 4 years that we've accomplished as a department. I know that our part in it is very small, but the people that execute it every day makes me happy and proud to be part of it. I also was looking at my Kentucky Field calendar earlier this month, and I noticed that the commission was started March 12th of 1912. So that's 113 years, and I'm just proud to be part of that. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. If you would, join me in a round of applause, not only for Chairman Lillard, but all those that have served and your time and volunteerism. We sure appreciate that. On a more serious note, as you all can see, we have a couple members absent today, and I didn't ask for permission from the families to discuss their situations, but just keep those members in your thoughts and prayers. And our former chair, Dr. Kleinert, is in critical condition, and he's really fighting for his life. So you would keep him in your prayers.
Where's he at, Commissioner?
He's in Miami.
He's in Miami?
Yeah.
Can I get an address from him so we can send it?
I will do my best. Don't have one at this time, but I will get one.
Thank you.
But he is really fighting a tough time. But we need a lot of prayers for a lot of people. So Nathan, if you would, we'll go to some awards. It seems like we get to recognize this guy frequently. He's not only national but statewide. We're really proud of Marcus. National Boating Law Administrators, a national award as an educator. He's a smiling face, an advocate for conservation, and we're tickled he could be with us today. And then we've got Warden Paul Sorrell. That's hard for me to say in the Paul Bob world. State Officer of the Year, both by LKS and NWTF. Another smiling face and always a shining spot for us. And then Warden Sergeant Zach Carney, Kentucky Enforcement Award, the MAD Award. Another great advocate for our law enforcement division, a strong guy that always delivers for us. Wes Little, thank you for the strong words this morning, your invocation. We're really proud of him, and by the way, he is always in competition for the best mustache that we have in the agency. The Kentucky Field Crew, I can tell you we produce a quality TV show for not half the price, but a tenth of the price of what it costs to produce a show. These folks are passionate. They've received multiple national awards for conservation, and in 2024 Communications Office of the Year award from the Kentucky Association of Government Communicators. So they're fantastic. These people love their job. They love what we do, and they do a great job promoting it. State Wildlife Action Plan, it's a 10-year plan that we just recently wrapped up. It's guidance for the agency, our partners, the plan of what we're going to try to achieve over the next decade. We just wrapped that up, and we're really proud of our team to get to be an author and get to be a part of it, as Josh said. Career service recognitions. We got Chris Mason and Wayne Taminga in the Wildlife Division, 30 years. And as you know, they're eligible for retirement, but they just keep hanging in here. So it's good to have some 30-year employees. And then 25 years, we have Scott Booser and Daniel Vichibanda, and both of them are from Wildlife. And then Kyla Satterley, 25 years in the Engineering Division. So as the slides go through, when we take breaks, we've got other employees we're going to recognize. And just briefly, I know we got a big agenda today. We responded again to a flood in eastern Kentucky. I'm proud of our staff, proud of the efforts. They just jump out with both feet. A lot of goodwill. Kentucky Field was there, officers, wildlife, fisheries, engineering. Just fantastic what you all do. Always strive to thank our license holders, because without our license holders, we couldn't do what we do. Our commission volunteers, thank you all for the time you put in, the enthusiasm you have. Great partners. We just had the North American Conference in Louisville. A lot of good teamwork going on nationally. And then ultimately, just good luck to all you hunters and anglers. This spring, we'll be hunting turkeys and catching fish before you know it. So thank you all again for what you do. Thanks to the crowd that's here today. Appreciate your all's enthusiasm for conservation. Appreciate it, Josh.
Thanks, Rich. All right, moving on, we're going to have our quarterly financial reports. Melissa, Trent.
Morning.
So in your packet, we are always, due to the timing, we are always we're actually reporting quarter two. So that'll be October, November, and December. The biggest thing that I wanted to point out, I guess.
I won, gentlemen.
Yeah,
No, I'm just letting them know where it's at.
oh,
Sorry.
that's what you said.
Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2.
Okay. So if you'll notice, we put these percentages over here just so that when staff see that, or anyone that sees our reports, at the end of the second quarter, we should be about at 50%, is what we like to see, or lower. So there's a few areas, but we are, the biggest thing that I want to show here is we brought in $7 million in November. Of course, that's hunting season, but that was a very large month for us. And we're actually ahead of what we projected for our revenues for this year. So that's good. Is there any questions when you all looked over this? Any certain numbers that you had questions about?
I know there's seasonality to it, but I'm assuming the boat registration, the reason it's behind is because that comes in April.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that's what happens. So, and you'll see that when we get to the third quarter. Or actually, that's the fourth quarter, first and fourth quarter, so you will see that. And then, can you scroll, I want the bottom, so it's up or down. There we go. So here, no, I'm sorry, go back to where there we go, the expenditures at the bottom there, of that page, yes. So what I like to look at is just to make sure that we're in line with our spending, and so if we watch these percentages here, we should be about at 50% of our budget, so we are actually at 31. So some of that has to do with timing and some of our large purchases that take a while to come through. So if we're purchasing trucks and at the first of the year, that's when we start putting some of our procurements out for vehicles, equipment, because it takes us a while to get those. So you'll see that bump up, but we're on track to spend as we have budgeted, so. Any questions?
All right, gentlemen, if there's no questions, Les, I appreciate that. And then the next thing up on our agenda is an update on CWD from Ben Robinson.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
We'll jump right in. I'm going to provide us just a brief update on CWD, or chronic wasting disease. So we'll start off with our map from 2024-25 statewide surveillance. And if you'll focus on the yellow bar at the bottom, for starters, that shows the total number of samples that we tested outside of our surveillance zone counties. And we'll hit on our surveillance zone counties more specifically here in a few minutes, but right around 4,700 samples around the state, which was great. So the map, if you take a look at that, the dark green counties, that's really good. We exceeded our county goals on the dark green. And then as we go to the lighter shaded colors and then we make our way towards red, the red counties were undersampled. So those are areas that we'll need to focus and prioritize on a little harder in coming years. But all in all, statewide, it was a great effort. You know, we collect CWD samples a lot of different ways. I think it might be coming from this mic right up here. We've really tried to diversify the way that we collect samples, really to minimize effort and burden on folks and to provide a lot of opportunities for our hunters to be able to get deer tested. So this year we rolled out a new method. First time we tried this, and this was our CWD sample mail-in kits. And we distributed 160 of these kits, and you see a photo of one in the right, and it has everything you need in there to collect your own sample, including instructions. We have some trainings to be able to do this. We got 34 of those returned, 21% return rate, which seems a little low, but that was actually really good for year one, and that's very consistent with what we see in other states that have tried this program. Good news is, all 34 of those were usable samples, which shows that it's a pretty easy process for folks to figure out if they want to, submit a sample this way. So we hope to expand on this as just another mechanism for folks to be able to get deer tested. Another option that you're probably familiar with, these are our CWD sample drop-off sites, and our communications team's really trying to brand it as this, CWD sample drop-off sites. I have a hard time not saying freezers because that's what it is, but they really are preferring we go with the CWD sample drop-off site. But essentially these are freezers that are located all around the state. We placed a higher emphasis in our surveillance zone counties for folks that can just drop off a deer head anytime they want and get that deer tested. This year we received 695 samples from these locations. And for comparison, you see in 2023, we received 130. So that's a 500% increase this year, which was huge. Part of that's because we ramped up the number of locations, but part of that is because of this really unique program that we've launched this year called Shoot for Samples. And before I recognize our partners, a big thank you to our deer program, particularly one of our staff members, and Tommy. I've known Tommy for a lot of years. I'm not sure I've ever pronounced his name correct the first time I tried, but it's Tommy Apostolopoulos. We call him Tommy A. And but Tommy really did the lion's share of this to get this off the ground, and big kudos to him for making this happen. But also our legal team, and Mr. Daniel Schulman sitting here to my right was a big help in navigating through this to make sure we had everything figured out. And as you saw on the previous slide, it was a big success, but it wouldn't have been a success without our partners that are listed here. We've got Copperhead Gun and Range, Globbers Sports, First Choice Firearms, Double T Electric, and Uncle Lee's. And each of these organizations and businesses, they put up prizes. We have bows, crossbows, gift certificates, firearms. So if you placed a head in one of these drop-off locations, one of the freezers, or you used a mail-in kit, then you were eligible for one of these prizes around the state. We did a drawing and passed out these prizes. So that was a big hit and something we really hope to build on again in the future. As you can see, we're trying to build on more unique ways of being able to provide opportunities to get sampling done without overburdening folks moving forward. So excited about that one. Jumping right into our West Kentucky surveillance zone is highlighted here on the map. I'll show you a table there that really outlines our sampling efforts. Feel free to pay closer attention to that, but really the main column you want to look at is the detected column, and you see a lot of zeros there. That's what we're hoping for. Every year that we do this sampling, we're sure hoping to see zeros, meaning no new positive detections in that area. But over 3,400 samples tested. You'll also see the column there to the right that says pending, and just wanted to call attention to that because basically anytime you see me do a presentation on this, you're going to see a pending column because we're submitting samples throughout the year. The lion's share of our samples come during hunting season, but we try to batch those up. We try to send them down in larger groups, but we're also collecting roadkill. We're collecting samples from deer damage, different things like that. So we're probably always going to have a pending column, so just know that there are still some samples at the lab, but the majority of samples have returned as non-detect, so that's great. Also to note in that last bullet point that all 8 of these counties met or exceeded their sampling goals for countywide surveillance. So that's really good news. Looking at our central Kentucky zone, which is around Breckinridge County, Meade, and Hardin, and if you're familiar with that one, that initiated as a result of a positive detection in a captive servant facility in Breckinridge County. We did really good there as well with our sampling. Again, look at that detected column. You see zeros, which is great news. But we submitted over 1,000 samples to the lab from this area, which is great. And we obviously we focused on countywide in each of these counties, but we also really tried to make an effort to get really close to that facility, within 3 miles and within 5 miles. And we got several samples, 32 from 3 miles, 67 from 5 miles. Didn't quite meet our goals there, but we were close, so that's great. And then something I really want to highlight is that 73% from taxidermists and processors in our drop-off sites, and that's huge, and we really could not have been successful without our meat processors and our taxidermists in this area. And if you recall, when we launched this area, we decided not to use mandatory check stations here for this reason, because we felt confident that we could get our samples by working with our partners, and that proved to be true. It worked out well, and we got what we needed. So that was great. All three of the counties at the county level, again, it met or exceeded the minimum countywide goals. Fell a little short right around the facility, but still did really good there, so we were really pleased. And then last, you've heard about this, we sent a press release out, and this is still developing, we're still learning more, but we did recently get news that there's a positive detection just north of Henderson there in Indiana in a wild deer, and again, we're learning more about that as we go. So in closing, just wanted to kind of provide a few points here on how we're planning on moving forward. We did not bring formal recommendations today for the 2025-26 season. Those are going to be coming really soon, so we'll bring those to you really soon as we continue to develop those. But the reason we weren't quite prepared today was a few reasons. One, I just mentioned Indiana, the Indiana deer. We're still working through that one and determining what type of response is needed. There was some proposed CWD legislation going through the legislative session with House Bill 700 that, fell a little short, but that would have changed potentially the way that we responded, so we needed to wait and see how that language shook out before we made any final plans. Also, the Breckenridge County area and that captive service facility, still waiting on depopulation of that facility. I can't speak to the details on that. That administrative authority falls under the Department of Agriculture. I know they are developing plans and are in the process of making that happen, but they ran into a few roadblocks and a few hurdles there but I think that is in progress. So all that to say, something we are proposing moving forward is the formation of a CWD working group. And working groups are not a new concept. We've used those in the past for things like elk. But we're looking to bring in a few other voices just to work together on how we tackle CWD moving forward, and in concert looking at our CWD response plan and the development of a management plan. And we're 4+ years into this thing with responding to CWD, whether that's in a neighboring state close by, whether that's a wild deer in Kentucky, whether that's a captive deer in Kentucky. And each of those are very unique situations. We've learned a whole lot from each of those situations. So we're gonna take a real close look at our response plan and talk about how does that need to be revised. Do we need to be more adaptable and things like that. So I think that's where this working group can really help and start refining those steps that we take. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll hand it back over to you for any questions.
Thanks, Ben.
Last
Commissioner
question.
Meade,
Could you go back to the first slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the green in eastern Kentucky, it's really hard. Harless is our taxidermist, and I'll guarantee, do we know how many taxidermist samples were sent in versus just the FedEx or the drop-off?
We do. I don't have that information with me, unfortunately, right now, but yeah, we can get that.
Yeah,
for you.
I know Harless does a great job, and he's a Fish and Wildlife employee, and we take our deers there, and he's always doing a great job over there. And second question is, CWD's work group, would that be just within a department or with the commission also?
Certainly with the commission.
Okay.
Membership to be determined, but
Okay.
yes,
Okay.
particularly, commission members that are impacted by CWD,
Yeah.
I would think would certainly want to
Yeah.
be part of that, so.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah. Commissioner Rhodes?
Thank you. So Ben, this is the high priority issue, certainly in my district, and I'm certain probably statewide as well. The challenge that we face there, I think there was some positive legislation moving this year with House Bill 700, of which I was supportive, and I think most of the sportsmen around the state were. One of the challenges that we continue to face is with the captive deer facilities, for which we have, from my understanding, some limited opportunities to regulate and restrict some of that operation. But as I look at it, and the best information I've been able to gather, there's about 116 or so of these facilities across the state. And I would say with some consideration for the eastern part of Kentucky, where your geography may not allow for farming, probably from Lexington west, just about anywhere on the state you could find one of those facilities, you could draw a 30-mile radius around that and almost encompass every county west of Lexington. So the challenge, and I know there's a governance structure, and even any responsibility that we may have and action we may take, it could be undone. But I want to know what is our authority with the requirement of double fencing, because of the challenge that we face right now is that we have an issue because we cannot restrict the transference and movement of deer within those facilities, that this issue can quite frankly be transferred all across the state, which then impacts outside of that fence with regard to that 30-mile radius. Do we have at this point in time a regulation that in the face of disease and for the risk of the spread of this disease and transmission, do we have a regulation that would allow us to try to propose some type of movement to secure? Because I feel like double fencing would resolve this issue for us as far as the wild herd outside the fence. And if that's not correct, please correct me there. But where are we in regard to that? I've heard some information that there might be a conflict between a reg and a statute, and I just kind of want to know from the department's perspective where we might be with regard to that issue.
Yeah, and that's a great question and great comments, and I may need to call on Mr. Jenkins here to help me navigate through this one. But when it comes to the captive observer facilities, we co-regulate obviously with the Department of Agriculture, and in its most simplest form, we really control what's the fence and what's outside of the fence, and they control what's inside of the fence. So we do have some authority over the fence. When it comes to discussions between how that goes between statute and regulation, Gabe, I don't know if there's anything you want to add other than we do have authority over fencing.
I'd be glad to touch on that. So like good morning, sorry. So like Director Robinson said, we do have authority over the fence. However, we are limited by state statute on the stringency of it. So currently, the placement and the way the fence is structured now, we cannot increase its stringency at all. We can be less stringent, but we cannot be more. And that's restricted by KRS 15730. There is a provision that allows for the state veterinarian to increase the stringency in a disease outbreak, but that has to be ordered by the state veterinarian through Department of Ag. So they can order that, and then we can promulgate regulations, but that authority falls to that designation.
Yeah, thank you for that. And that's one thing that I would like, I certainly want to be part of this working group as we move forward, and would like to hopefully, get somebody from Department of Ag to participate on that, because as someone that lives in the world of public health, we know that, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And if we don't act now in some type of progressive fashion, we may find ourselves in a really bad situation down the road. And a lot of people, they don't suspect right now that this is a public health issue and that it could impact humans, but there's some concern there that you might get some cross-species transmission down the road. And I just feel like if we can act in a proactive manner and get support from the bodies that will help us do that, and it will be helpful to protect this industry that, from what I've been told, is a $1 billion economic impact for the state of Kentucky. And I know that the industry for the captive deer facilities, I've heard it be told that it's a $78 million industry, and that's an impressive industry. But when you're comparing that against a $1 billion industry, I think there should be, certainly from us, allegiance to the $1 billion industry, and try to work with them to make sure that we do everything that we can to protect that. So I want to say I would like to be a part of that, because I feel like there may be some stringency there, but the restrictions may be outweighed by what the risk is, and hopefully we can talk to some individuals and get some guidance on that with regard to the legal conflict. So thank you.
Just for the record, you have 150.730, 150.735 that are the fencing issues, and then years ago, the commission voted to require double fencing on captive servant facilities, and determined by these statutes that was not lawful.
Yeah, and I read that, and it speaks to primary fencing and where they can place it on the property line, and we can't restrict that. Mm-hmm. It doesn't speak to secondary fencing, and I wonder from a legal perspective if the absence of that language prohibits you from being able to talk about secondary fencing, or where we are with regard to that. So I know it's an uphill climb, but I feel like it's probably worth the struggle to at least bring it forward and, you know, talk to our legal counsel as well as legislators to help us try to run that thing through.
So the weakness in it is if it increases the stringency, that's
Right.
the issue.
Yeah, and I saw that, and that's what I was wondering, if there may be some way that we can unwind that in the face of what this could be as a, not just a health issue for the deer herd, but potentially a public health issue, but also an economic impact. If you continue to restrict around all of these captive deer facilities, it's gonna continue to provide an economic disincentive for the people that enjoy the wild resource, so. But I know it's an ongoing issue, but I want to make sure that we stay abreast of what we can to try to help move this along. And I'm sure that I'll have people that will speak out vehemently against my viewpoints on this, and that's fine. I think we can have differing opinions and try to do what's in the best interest of the people we represent. So, thank you.
And I had a lot of phone calls from deer farmers during the House Bill 700, and there's different ways to require them to fence, if I'm not mistaken. That's not just another high fence. They could be electric. Is that true?
So in House Bill 700, a secondary fence was going to be sufficient as long as it met some minimum standards, 50 inches, electrified, another fence equal to, or a high tensile woven wire.
I think the common issue is the cost for the farmers to do the high fence. But I'm in agreement with the two fences too. But the least effective, most productive way to protect the whole state versus, you know, the deer farms themselves.
Yeah.
Whatever that common denominator is, you know, I'm in agreement with it too.
I failed to mention also solid panel, so that would suffice as well. So it would be a single fence, but with solid paneling on it that would be greater than 6 feet in height would cover that requirement to eliminate nose-to-nose contact.
Yeah. And I think simply stated, we know things move at a glacial process or at a glacial pace when you're going through these types of processes, and it may be the legislative process that we need to go through and educate them and hopefully, you know, get some resolution there. I mean, I'm not sure where we get the resolution, but there's several different things that we need to try to maneuver here, and hopefully we can get some people to, you know, acquiesce around this issue and say that, yeah, we need to do everything that we can to protect the wild herd, and also I think it protects the farmers in the same bill. So
My complaints that I received is if we as a commission work this out and get all the bugs worked out and get some sorts of consensus from everyone, I think it'll fly through the House and the Senate. That was just perspective, Commissioner, that they gave me.
Yeah, and I'll say that's not accurate perspective.
Yeah.
I mean, this was a long process working with the industry, and there were so many deals that were no deals, and so I just say that as a matter of fact. And I will say a number of the facilities actually are double fenced already, which is good news.
Mm-hmm.
But those that aren't are going to be the ones that are resistant to any regulatory or statutory requirements. And I think the biggest issue that we have currently is we have a facility in Breckenridge County that has not been depopulated.
yeah.
And that's very, very concerning, because before we know it, the rut will be here. And we don't need those animals to commingle. So we need those animals to be put down or completely separated, double fenced, paneled immediately.
Agreed.
All right. Well, I appreciate everybody's comments on CWD. Ben, thank you. Gabe, thank you as well. So with that, we'll move right into our action items for this month's meeting. The first thing is to approve the minutes from the December 6, 2024 quarterly commission meeting, which was attachment A1 in your package, gentlemen. I know you guys all had time to review those meeting minutes. Are there any corrections or additions that we need to make to those? Okay, in that case, I will go for a roll call to approve the action or the minutes from the last meeting. Commissioner Mead, if you could do that for me.
Yes, District 1, Dr. Robin Floyd.
Aye.
District 2, Jeff Raymer.
Aye.
District 3, Matt Rhodes.
Aye.
District 4, Greg Cecil. District 5, Chairman Lillard.
I'll only vote if it's a.
Okay. District 6, Jerry Farrell. District 7, Chuck Mead, aye. District 8's vacant. District 9, Walter Robinson. Aye.
Okay. The next thing on our agenda, we've got Dave Dreves going to join us. Dave's going to talk to us about modifying the language regarding the definition and uses of electric trolling motors on selected water bodies.
Good morning again, gentlemen. This is an action item to modify the language regarding the definition and usage of electric trolling motors on selected water bodies. Again, just as a reminder, this is just to get out in front of the increasing popularity of electric motors and just create some consistency or some equality with electric motors versus standard gasoline powered outboards. And so for electric trolling motor only lakes, we wanted to make sure that 1.3 kilowatts of input power or 120 pounds of thrust is equal to 3 horsepower. And also because we have lakes where there's a 10 horsepower limit, we wanted to make sure that we put in regulation 6 kilowatts of input power for electric would equal 10 horsepower.
Do you guys have any questions about this one? Okay, well then we will move for a vote.
We have a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Second the motion. Okay. District 1.
Aye.
Dr. Robin Floyd's aye. District 2, Jeff Raymer.
Aye.
District 3, Matt Rhodes.
Aye.
District 4, Greg Cecil. District 5, Josh Lillard. District 6, Jerry Farrell. District 7, Chuck Mead, aye. District 8's vacant. District 9, Walter Robinson.
Aye.
All right. The next thing is the boater registration fees and definitions of those.
Morning, gentlemen.
Morning, Colonel McCreary. How are you today?
Good to be with you all today. This is an action item regarding boat registration fees and definitions, specifically to amend 301 KR 6001 and add a definition for personal watercraft, and add a definition for vessel, and to modify the definition, the Class A definition, to include personal watercraft, and also to define hydrofoil, e-foil boards, and mechanically propelled surfboards, as well as to repeal 301 KR 6005 for boat registration fees regulation and replace it into KR 5022 that includes license, tag, and permit fees. Essentially, this is to clean up and remove antiquated language in Section 1, and just to clarify that all vessels now be registered based upon their vessel length. So we remove the towing motor only registration fee and remove the inboard motor only registration fee.
All right, I entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
Second. A second by Commissioner Raymer. All right, roll call.
Okay. District 1, Dr. Robin Floyd.
Aye.
District 2, Jeff Raymer.
Aye.
District 3, Matt Rhodes.
Aye.
District 4, Greg Cecil. District 5, Commissioner Chairman, no vote. District 6, Jerry Farrell. District 7, Chuck Mead, aye. District 8, vacant. District 9, Walter Robinson.
Aye.
All right. Okay, the next thing is recommendation for guides and outfitters. We got Mr. Jenkins going to talk to us about this again.
Good morning, gentlemen, again. So this is an action item related to guides and outfitters. I'll just hit on the highlights here. Conform with House Bill 586, which changed KRS 150-175 and KRS 150-190, which allowed us the creation of outfitters, the outfitter permit. So briefly, a lengthy item, but what we're proposing to discuss or change would be to change the title of the commercial guide license now to a fishing and hunting guide and outfitter license. We would create a fishing outfitter, hunting outfitter, fishing guide, and hunting guide license type for both residents and non-residents. We would establish tiering of the outfitter license based upon the number of guides who work underneath that outfitter. We would require the holder of an outfitter license to report on any guiding activity that the license holder provides, and then modify the license suspension and revocation parameters for all four of the license types that we mentioned above. And then, of course, we would need to create and update the current licenses that we have. And then following along with that, we would amend our fee regulation 301 KAR 5022 that establishes the fees, the tiers, and the cost of those licenses and by tier for resident and non-resident. And you can see those printed in the agenda below. We've discussed this at length many times, and we'll visit that and be glad to entertain any questions you have at this point.
Comment. And I did receive a few inquiries around this particular issue, primarily about the cost increasing along with other costs increasing. But as I look at it, I think the distinction between the resident and the non-resident is fairly significant. And those that are residents of this state truly get a benefit as it is with relation to this. So I've looked at it, given it a great deal of interest, trying to discern what is appropriate, and I think you all have done a good job here trying to isolate what the challenges are and appropriately place that charge, and I'm in support of it.
Well, would you be interested in making a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
In a second?
Second.
Dr. Floyd? All right, roll call.
District 1, Dr. Robin Floyd.
Aye.
District 2, Jeff Raymer.
Aye.
District 3, Matt Rhodes.
Aye.
District 4, Greg Cecil. District 5, Dr. Josh Lillard. 6, Jerry Farrell. District 7, Chuck Mead. Aye. District 8 is vacant. District 9, Walter Robinson.
Aye.
All right. Okay, the next thing we have is recommendations for biennial adjustments in license and permit fees.
All right, so I'll handle this one as well. So similar to the last one, we discussed this at length last couple meetings. This is a big action item for us. And what we're looking at is recommending some adjustments to our license tags and fees reg 301 KAR 5022. I'll hit on some of the highlights here. We will establish a biennial adjustment to those. To that fee, we are going to exclude a few parameters. In the regulation, all of the application fees we would exclude, meaning the application fees for a guide, for the elk hunt, for the quota hunts, things that you can find in Section 8. The federal duck stamp, the E-stamp, once that's incorporated, of course we will not touch on that. We would also include the boat registration fees that we just passed. This would move to this regulation to where they would be affected by this proposal. Just quickly, we're proposing a biennial adjustment amount that we would determine by summing the 12-month percentage change of the CPI, Consumer Price Index, for all urban consumers over the previous 2 years, as reported by the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics. The final amount would be rounded to the nearest 1/10%. In your packet, we provided you an appendix where you can look at a projection of what that would look like for each license type. If this were to pass, we would use the 24 and 25 CPI numbers. And so simply on that appendix, we are just providing you the 23 and 24 CPI as just a guide. It's at 7.1%. I will say that CPI, when you look at it annually, or not annually, but when you look at it over the last 20 to 50 years, it ranges anywhere from 2 to 3.5% per year on average. So you're looking at a 4 to 7% increase every 2 years to our licensing fees. So a nominal amount, but allows us to keep pace with not the industry, but also the economics of what's going on. It's our hope that if we pass this would coincide with the 2026 license year. And then one thing I would like to note on this, the call out, so we had in here to establish the first-time resident license buyer option. So if you are new to hunting and fishing and you wanted to buy a license for the very first time and you're a resident, we wanted to provide a first-time discount to where you could basically test drive everything that we had to offer. And we discussed that at length. We had that price point at $30 on the last 2 meetings. We went back and looked at that and plotted the sales of those, potential sales of those over the last 20 years. And $30 was right at that make or break point. There were a few years where we would actually lose a little bit of revenue. And so we felt that we should bump that number back up $5 to $35 to ensure that we were being fiscally sound in those recommendations. So that is a change to that license. And then the last few things there, established a Bobcat permit fee of $10 that's currently free. We sell about 22,000 of those, and so we would like to implement a fee for that. Clean up a few fees that are in that reg that we aren't charging for, that are byproducts of the past. And then one add in here you'll see is amend the following regulations for conformity. It's a long list, but essentially what that is all the regulations that have a license or permit application, that the fee is on the actual materials incorporated by reference. So we have to provide a copy of the application and the fee on there. We would need to change all those applications and all those regulations to update this proposal if it were passed.
On the Bobcat permit, is, just to clear that up, is that gonna cover trapping as well as hunting? You'll have to purchase this in addition to a trapping license?
Good question. So I might call on Ben to help me out here, but I believe you would need that just to hunt.
Yeah. That'd be the case.
Yeah. Yeah.
I get more blowback on this Bobcat fee than anything. I have multiple people that say that we have more Bobcats than we need. They see them a lot. They used to not see them at all. And they, if we were to make that where you got the Bobcat free if you bought the sportsman's license or something like that, I would support it. As it is now, I really can't support $10 extra fee on Bobcats because I feel like they're overpopulated. And my feeling is if you just let them shoot Bobcats during deer season, just let them shoot them if they see them. I don't know. I have a good many constituents that have urged me to bring forth that they are against a $10 Bobcat fee, and I understand.
And I will say we did look at that, and we've heard that as well. We took a business approach here, and we don't want to be giving away anything for free.
Sure.
And so $10 was what the proposal was back when we created that. This is very minor in this proposal.
Yeah.
So it would.
It wouldn't be a deal breaker for me either, but I'm just telling you, I'm hearing from a lot of hunters that they think that this was, they obviously already have hunting license, they already have deer tags. They feel as though that an additional $10 for Bobcats not fair.
I will add one thing if you don't mind. on this, that we are, if you'll look as a new business item, and I think Commission Member Wrangler was getting ready to address this as well. Dr. Fuller, we are gonna bring up a potential adjustment on bag limits on
Okay.
bobcats and river otters for
Okay.
future discussion. So I think that might take care of some of your concerns
Okay.
there. And this is more kind of the financial side of it.
I got a question. Is that per bobcat or just
It's just the right to hunt.
yearly permit?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you get as many as that.
Yeah, okay.
allows. Yes, sir.
And I think, like Mr. Robbins said, that I think when we get to the other part, you'll see where this is gonna increase quite a bit of the numbers you'll be able to take
Okay.
later on. So,
Yeah, I think the major part of this one's really the biannual fee adjustment that we've reviewed in detail, you know, to keep that up.
It's at that level right now and trying to forecast the next 10 months, but those are what the numbers look like currently.
Just
Yep.
a couple of comments. I probably take too deep a dive in some of these things, but I think the CPI is the most stable benchmark to look at, quite frankly. And if you look at the 60-year history, and I'm going to stop short of saying I did research, because going on the internet and looking for information is not research, that's searching. But I did search this information out, and the 60-year annualized average of the CPI is 3.63. If you look at 40 years, it's a little better at 3.3 when you're talking about a little lower. So if you run those numbers, those two numbers, and you look at what your biannual increase would be for like fishing license, it goes from $23 to $25 and 26, or you know, and that's where you use the 40-year annual 3.3, that'd be 6.6, or the 60 years 3.63, which would be 7.26. So it's nominal increases when you're talking about the biannual increase. It goes in 26, that would go from 25 to 26, and 2030, 28. I ran it all the way out to 2046, which is a 20-year span, and it essentially doubles over 20 years, which that's probably the appropriate thing. But the one thing that I want us to consider, and you and I have had a discussion on this, but I just wanted to put it on the record, is that what this does not account for is anomalous situations, like a pandemic where you've got supply chain issues or a recession or other things. So the one thing that I do want to keep in this is to make sure that the commission still maintains the authority to review and make appropriate adjustments as necessary. Because if you get a 9% CPI and an 8%, you've got a 17% increase. If that happens in 5 years, then the exponential impact of that on the compounding down the road could be much more significant. So I think if it stays the same as it has over the last 40-year average or 60-year average, I don't think it's too much to ask as you talk about the increase over the next 20 years. But if you have multiple anomalous events that occur subsequently throughout the next 10 to 20 years, then it could be more significant. But as submitted, I am supportive of this, and I think, as we all know, costs increase and cost of business increase. So when you have staff that you need to give increases to and other things that you need to serve with regard to fish and wildlife, I think it's appropriate. So I appreciate the time and energy and the research that you all did with the economists that went into it, because I don't think it's unreasonable. And I think if you go on the biennium, it's not going to be anything that will hurt individuals, quite frankly.
And something that I failed to mention, so nothing in here would prevent you all from taking a look at this again. And also the price points on all the different licenses and bundles that we sell. And so we want to ensure that we look at all these through time, make sure we're staying competitive with that cost based upon the resource and what other states are doing. So this is just a way for us to ensure that we are updating all of our fees across the board at a given point. And there are many, many licenses and permits we've not updated in 18 years. And lots of things have changed in that amount of time. So this will help establish that, to help us hopefully keep pace with the national numbers.
Yeah, and I think the way that the statute is written, it says the commission shall maintain a watchful eye over it. So, I mean, legally, we're obliged to do that. And as
You have something?
Yeah, obviously, I think we better wait for Dr. Floyd to get back in, so
Yeah.
I will make a comment. Tennessee recently did price increases plus CPI. I think this is a great proposal. I tasked Gabe to work on this. He spent considerable time with a lot of folks to come up with this resolution, and again, this is a blessing to the future of the agency, but not to ever diminish the fact this board can come together and set those price points, and especially for outliers and even perhaps permits that don't exist today. And so you'll always have that authority to come in and adjust those price points. But Gabe, I do appreciate your effort, and he's gone the extra mile to put this together, but this is a big deal for the agency on many fronts.
Any other comments, gentlemen? We'll just hang out for a second and wait because we have to have a quorum.
You got some jokes for us? You told stories last time,
I had
right?
some stories. I don't really have any good jokes right now. Did get back from a trout fishing trip here recently. It's been the 26th year for that. It was a lot of fun down in, we go down North Carolina every year. It was a good time. Looking forward to bluegill fishing this year.
I know in my neck of the woods, the turkey population's looking good. I had a flock of about 20 across the road in front of me yesterday.
Almost that time. This is the springtime of the year, really a lot of fun for all of us. Okay, now that Dr. Floyd's back, I would entertain a motion. Gentlemen, I'd like to entertain a motion.
I defer. Y'all want to get on the record?
I think we should take a vote on this motion.
Okay, and then a second to that?
Second.
Okay, if you want to go ahead and do a roll call, please.
Okay. First District, Dr. Robin Floyd.
Aye.
Second District, Jeff Raymer.
Aye.
Third District, Matt Rhodes.
Aye.
Seventh District, Chuck Meads, aye. Ninth District, Walter Robinson. Aye. Ayes have it.
All right, thank you.
Motion was made by Mr. Raymer.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so the next thing on our agenda is establish a free annual shooting range permit for holders of a valid Kentucky annual hunting or fishing license, as well as a paid annual permit and a paid one-day permit for shooting range use of any Fish and Wildlife managed, leased, or affiliated shooting ranges. And we got Kevin Kelly with us this morning. Kevin, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, Chairman. Thank you. I'd like to thank the Commission for entertaining this concept over the last two meetings and now today as an action item. As Chairman Lillard stated, this is a proposal to establish a free annual shooting range permit for holders of a valid Kentucky annual hunting or fishing license, as well as a paid annual permit and a paid one-day permit for shooting range use on any managed, leased, or affiliated shooting range with KDFWR. It would require amending a handful of regulations. Those are listed on the screen there and in your agendas, but essentially what we're looking for is to require a shooting range permit for shooters ages 16 and older on any KDFWR managed, leased, or affiliated shooting range. Establish a free annual shooting range permit for holders of a valid Kentucky annual hunting or fishing license. Establish an annual shooting range permit for $25, which is $2 more than it would cost you to buy an annual fishing license. Establish a one-day shooting range permit for $5. Require groups or clubs with a valid WMA use permit that hold events on shooting ranges to maintain a sign-in sheet for event participants and regularly submit this information to the department.
Got a question. Would these be automatic? If you bought a license, you automatically get that?
I think you would probably, what we've talked about, I think you would check a box. If you're buying your annual hunting or fishing license, let's say you're doing it online, you would check a box for the shooting range permit.
Works good. Okay.
One thing I would just like to mention, and I am obviously for this, but I just would like to, when people are accessing our WMAs or any lands that we own, if they don't have a fishing or hunting license, whatever the reason is that they're accessing the lands, I would like the department to continue to look at, what are those people able to do for like either a daily fee or some type of a fee where they can use those lands as well. Because right now, fishing and hunting license is what pays for everything that we do. And if we have people that are using the lands that we're purchasing with those funds, but they're not putting anything into the kitty, I think that doesn't make sense. When we look at the shooting range specifically, based on the growth of the shooting sports, I'm not wanting to penalize anybody because they're wanting to shoot. But then again, if somebody wants to go and look at butterflies or something of that nature, I want them to participate as well. So I just would like for you guys to continue to look at that as far as like a use permit for these other groups that currently might not have hunting or fishing licenses. But with that said, is there any other questions, gentlemen?
Just to expound upon your point, that's what I've heard feedback from others that are hunters and users of wildlife management areas, and I've never had the privilege to go out west to wildlife management areas, but they say there's actually a user fee for those types of facilities, just walking and doing whatever else, so maybe that's something we need to consider as well. So.
Right.
I've also had calls on this, and they wonder why we have to have a user fee for Peabody, but other wildlife management areas around the state are free. And
I think the reason for that is due to the, Peabody would be a level 1, a high level use activity and maintenance and stuff of that nature, versus some of them are level 4 and 5, which is just like, parking and access only. So the level of, participation and things that we do to keep up with that property is going to be, more of a cost than it would be for some of the other properties. So I think that's the reasoning.
I'm pretty sure parts of Peabody are leased too. We don't own that.
Yeah, and it's
So
actually a
we're having-
pass-through.
Yeah, we're having to pay.
Yeah, it's actually a pass-through permit, but to not over-talk this, there would be properties we could charge a fee on, other properties we have agreements on. Large pieces of property like the Daniel Boone National Forest, that's probably not on the table for us. And again, if it were on the table, it would probably be a pass-through where they would receive those funds. But again, these discussions should be had, and then even perhaps user groups that use our WMAs that don't pay anything. I think a permit or an activity permit is something that I think is very reasonable from our perspective. But keep in mind, there's a lot of traditions.
Yeah.
A lot of traditions happen, and people looked at our properties as a public opportunity, and so anyway, to be equitable and across the board and consistent, that's not possible. But what we specifically own and what this body votes on, that is possible, that we charge for those properties.
I have heard this over and over from my constituents, that they feel like hunters and fishermen are the ones that are funding everything and everybody else is getting a free ride. And they all agree for appropriate user fees, not, obviously you wouldn't charge somebody $50 to go out and bird watch. It's just that wouldn't happen. Just appropriate user fees.
I pay to launch at most boat ramps around the state, they, $4 or $5.
Appropriate amount.
Any other questions, gentlemen, or comments? Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion. Dr. Floyd, in a second.
Second.
Matt.
Commissioner Rose.
Yes.
District 1, Dr. Floyd.
Aye.
District 2, Jeff Raymer.
Aye.
District 3, Matt Rhodes.
Aye.
District 7, Chuck Meads, aye. District 9, Walter Robinson.
Aye.
Ayes have it. I just want to point out on the last 2 voting items, the gentlemen that aren't here, he just did not mention their names, but
Yeah.
just for clarification.
You want me to mention, Chairman?
No,
As we go.
it's fine that you
Okay,
did that.
just
I'm
a
just
little
making,
faster.
just so Stephen doesn't come up to us at the break and say, "Hey,
Yeah.
you messed that up."
Yeah.
You make sure.
Yeah.
All right. So the next thing on the action item agenda is the black bass, and this is Commission Member Mead.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to table it for the reason why we had a scheduling conflict with the chairman and the people, the professionals that I had come to testify have to have time and scheduling. So if it'd be all right with the commission, we table it till the next meeting.
Second the motion.
Okay.
Could I make one point of clarification? With new members coming aboard, how about a table to discussion, just so that the new members will have an opportunity to be part of that discussion? It's not a deal breaker, but I again, bringing new members in.
So they wouldn't have to come right into an action item and not have time to
And
discuss
obviously,
it.
they will have action items, but
Yeah.
that's his motion is to bring it back as an action item. So I'm not
Yeah.
trying to.
Yeah, I believe I take my chances as an action item.
Okay.
Okay.
So, are we all good? Do we need to vote on that?
Yeah.
We got a first and second. Let's vote to see if you guys are all good with that.
District 1, Dr. Floyd.
We're talking about bringing it back as an action item.
Correct.
No, I vote against that. I think that exactly what Rich has said, when new commission members take their seat, a lot of times they don't know about what's going on. I would agree to bring it back and discuss it, but I would not agree. I think the new commission meeting members should have an opportunity to hear the discussion about this. So I
District 2, Jeff Raymer. District 3, Matt Rhodes.
That's a tough one, because I do feel like, I remember coming on as a new member and not having insight and information, so I feel like they need that information. So I would also be in favor of bringing it back for discussion, but not action, so I'm a no on that.
Chuck Meads, aye. Dr. Walter Robinson.
Aye.
Aye.
So that's 3-2.
Yes.
So,
Motion passes.
yep. So motion passes. Okay. Well, that's going to move us into our discussion items area of the agenda. So, does anybody need a restroom break or anything at this time, or do you guys want to just move on forward? All right.
I would, please.
You would like one? Okay.
Yeah, just, I
Yeah.
drank too much coffee.
I got you. Let's take a 5-minute recess and then we'll come back after that. Thank you. Yeah, let's let everybody get.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I like that pen too.
All right. Thank you guys for letting us take a break there. Okay, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and move right into our discussion items for today. The first discussion is create definitions and regulations to define the water bodies in the area of where wake sports are allowed. We got Colonel Jeremy McCreary and Dreves going to talk to us.
Chairman, we'll dive right into this. Wake boats, try to give you a little background, and this wake sports issue is becoming more and more popular with recreational users of our water bodies, and so it has the potential to have several negative impacts, and states around the country have begun addressing these wake sports with some regulation. Hopefully, what we're proposing here is some common sense regulations that aren't too onerous, but do recognize that there needs to be some restrictions. So issues potentially caused, or maybe I should talk about wake boats or wake sports for anybody that's not entirely familiar with these. So basically, it's using specially designed boats that use apparatus either through filling some ballast or through some mechanical devices to that extend out from the boat hull itself to basically the wave is big that they can surf on. And so the folks doing this are literally not attached to the surfing on the wake of the boat. And so, their goal is to generate a normal boat. And so the issues, possible habitat destruction from increased shoreline erosion. This one, we're not as concerned in when you disturb bottom sediments in shallow water, or resuspend the nutrients that are in the sediment and cause harmful algal blooms. Transport of aquatic nuisance species is really a concern of ours. So we know that most aquatic nuisance species in the Great Lakes, for example, came from across the ocean, across the Atlantic, from fresh water in Europe. Because the ocean ballast water port, and they come to the Great Lakes and they exhaust their ballast water, and it introduces aquatic nuisance species. So there's potential that there's a transport of ANS is what we call them for short, aquatic nuisance species, from these ballasts if they're not properly emptied. Damage to property, boat docks and marinas. Obviously, danger to other recreational users. Easily swamping a kayak or some smaller boats. These wake 2 to 3 times larger than a boat wake, and obviously they have much more energy and power. And one of the researchers seen this from other states. One entity said that a wave starting 500 feet from shore, or it must be 500 feet from shore to equal the wave of another boat 200 feet from shore. So those are for the deeper water, further from shore, and make sure these wakes or moorage harbors, and make sure we have a mention of draining before you leave the ramp area. We feel that making sure that you're some distance from shore and moorage harbor would be important, and so that's the mainly what we're proposing. Obviously, that makes some lakes too small for this activity, and so we've had our GIS wildlife division and GIS branch working on some mapping, so let me read the we're proposing, and then we can talk about what the maps show. So let me sheet here. Thank you, Colonel. He's got the handy and I don't. So wake boat shall be defined as a motorboat that has one or more ballast tanks, ballast bags, or other devices, or designed to increase the size of the wake. Wake sports shall be defined as operating a wake boat with ballast tanks or design features engaged in the size of the boat's wake, and using a wakeboard hydrofoil to ride on or in the wake directly behind a wake boat with or without a rope when the wake boat has ballast, tanks, bags, or other devices or design features as described above. And we would be creating wake sports zones, which may of the reservoir or river that is at least 300 feet from shore on all sides and at least 300 feet from a commercial dock or moorage harbor, and is a minimum of a quarter mile in length. Picture mapping the lake where you're 300 feet from shore, and that's resulting in the center of the lake is at least 3 wide and a quarter of a mile long. That would be a wake sports zone, and create a list of lakes and rivers where wake sports activities would be permitted. We would obviously have wake sports be prohibited on any lake or a river that didn't meet those criteria. And the map of lake where to show the wake sports zones. It would not be feasible to buoy these areas, so we would have to rely on wake sports users observing the locations where not use activity with the maps line or Fishboat KY app.
Kind of technology that can put the coordinates, know if they were in the green, the case.
The quality of depth finders and just about any even budget models have good mapping that show your position on a map. I don't think it's probably going to be too onerous to make sure that we could get the wake sport, like on the Fishboat Y app, it has your location on it. So if we had the map, you could certainly do that easily. I don't know how the commercial mapping, like that provide the mappers. I don't know what the possibility of getting it on there through the companies, but I think there's ways to, for example, you can take coordinates from us and put it on a card and put it in your depth find. Certain there's a way logically, which I would not obviously be doing, but there's certainly a way that we could mapping to that people could just pull off our website and then upload it onto a
Yeah. I'll have to say, from a personal perspective, someone who likes to deep water in the summertime, coexist with the early water skiers. I try to go there early and get out, but I don't know that you can coexist in some of these areas. So if we can kind of restrict it, I think probably the best move.
Well, on two things. Nolan in Raymer's district, I was told that it was eroding islands. And that's not good when you start eroding the land.
Sure.
And two, go back to Paintsville Lake, and the commissioner's been there. We did a handy and kayak launching ramp. It absolutely destroyed the kayak launching ramp. I mean, it mangled it. It mangled it. Something worked really.
I have several anecdotes to your point, Commissioner Member Mead. You called me at some point where early on in your tenure, there was a concern of damage at the marina at Paintsville Lake. When we looked into that, we were told by the folks there that it was because of wake boats sending wakes in,
right? Not
necessarily that the buoy line for no, it's in.
Yeah.
But the wakes by the wake boats are entering the storage harbor because of not having this zone. Case in Commissioner Member Raymer has had several people. I guess Malone is also a place where it's a very small lake. Not very conducive to this. But I will tell you, just use Paintsville Lake as an example. The area that was allowed, this criteria we defined, is right out in front of that boardwalk.
Right.
And so, and around the island, and that backside of around the island, it opens up. So there's two zones there, and that's about it because of how narrow the rest of the lake is.
And it makes it hard to launch. Also, if they're out there, and that is the big area on Paintsville, if they're out there wakeboarding, it's difficult to launch too.
Yeah. I understand it's different strokes for different folks, and there's going to be recreational water sports, but right now there's no restriction, correctly, and
zero.
This is trying.
The Colonel can attest to the fact that there's some restriction in the sense that wake sports, I think, are covered by some of the water ski regs, because I think that technically skiing, in the sense that we have some restrictions that they have to because it's a water sport, but these go beyond any restriction we have for skiing.
Notice what somebody that's in a wake boat that has a so it can easily be read over, but that second section where it says with or without a rope when the ballast has been engaged as described above, you would be able to pull somebody behind your wake boat
behind it, as long as you didn't,
or you can be on a wakeboard if you chose, as long as your ballast wasn't engaged.
I've had several calls in the last few days over there. And, I hate that there's a small majority of people out there that are using these that are causing the majority of the problem. I'd say 95% that's out there with wake boats are very cool. They stay in their people, but then you got that 4 or 5% that are running close to marinas. There was a boat that went on Barron, and they had tied their boat, got out of the boat, and the boat was sunk. And there was some damage. Tell you where the pontoon operator encroached in where they were boarding, or if they, who was at fault. Once they come into these lakes and they're gonna be wakeboarding, they're new to the sport, they don't understand the damage that these cause. I think have been doing it for years. Will younger people or new people or to try to educate them to keep them out of areas that they know they're going to be causing problems. And I hate that it's I don't want to keep anybody from having sport that they love, but I don't want sport that they love to also other people's problems.
I do know we have some people that are going to be doing some public comment section about this too, so if you guys just hold off until then, we'll definitely let you speak. I've done the wakeboarding before on the ballast up. I don't think you're going to have any problem as far as people leaving a bottle of water with the ballast filled up. It's kind of hard to load it back up on the trailer if the ballast is still full. So I don't think that's going to be an issue as far as transferring the things. But I think it'd be very similar to like leaving your live well full with some fish in it and taking them somewhere else as well. I would think, though, based on some of the damage that we're talking about and experiencing in some of these lakes, that the community board should look into, what they can do to riparian zones to prevent the erosion of, the soil in those areas. Probably a really good thing that they could do, or they could get with fish where they're going to be, making some improvements to the riparian zone. That way the larger waves wouldn't rip away, things of that nature. A little forward thinking on that. If this issue is going to keep coming up, if they prevent what people are having the issue with, I think that might go a long way. Additionally, as Jeff alluded to as well, I really enjoy fishing. I've been blown by people on bass boats the same way as I've been blown by with people on, fishing boats and ski boats when I'm in my kayak or whatever. It just happens, out there. They might be new to the sport. They don't have any common courtesy. They just got a new boat and they want to see how fast they can let it go. I mean, there's a wide variety of reasons they might do that. So over time, I think people or understand really, how to respect other people that are on the water. As a kid, I'd always remember just going through, and Dad would always slow way down. And I hate it because I wanted to get to our fishing spot, but he wouldn't go. He'd go down to idle speed anytime he was passing anybody fishing. So I just think that's just a different train of thought of how you're raised or what you're doing. But the sporting aspect of it's very fun. Whether it be skiing or wakeboarding or even the surfing. Unfortunately for me, the surfing that I've done, the board wasn't heavy enough to hold my fat butt up there. So I could do it when I was holding onto that rope, but when I threw the rope back into the boat, on the daggone boat, I make bigger ones now, but I've not had that opportunity yet. I've seen some kids do some really neat stuff on those, and then also barges. I think the waves are very comparable to the size of a barge wave. So I think on most of our rivers that we have barges, areas of restriction, such as the Ohio River, stuff like that, continue using those. But I think it's a really good topic and something that we need to address, and just want the board community to know that, let's come up with solutions and, prevent some of the issues that we're seeing, so that way we can figure out a better way that we can both work hand in hand with that.
Like we were talking earlier, I think some lakes are too small for this. I mean, I have lakes in my area belong 840 acres. I don't know the spot on that lake that you could safely do away.
Right. Well, but then you're limiting yourself too. As Chuck or Commissioner Meade mentions, like Paintsville Lake, what other large lake do you have in that side of the state, that they do that at? I mean, I guess the closest run, I'd imagine, that's pretty far ways away.
There's two on Yatesville, wasn't there?
Yeah.
There's a spot or two on Yatesville, a spot or two on Dewey and Grayson, and so there are places, where you can wake sports. but most of, there's a lot of lakes in Kentucky. Most of the lakes are, 1,000 acres or more activity. And so certainly, you have like 22 acres, but, there's, because of how narrow it is, there's a small, it's this criteria. Potentially like 4 acres would be eligible for wake sports. And so, we obviously can produce all the maps to show the area and make it's enough area to allow it, or whether it needs to be not allowed altogether. But so we have these lakes that we're analyzing, and the Ohio River seems to be the only river that would be big enough. So all the other rivers in Kentucky, a riverine, like if it's like a Kentucky Lake's on a river, but it's a lake, but once you get below those dams, even on Tennessee River that forms Kentucky Lake, so the Ohio River would be really the only river outside of, reservoirs, dammed rivers.
All right, any other discussion, gentlemen? I really appreciate you guys bringing this to us and going over everything. And again, the people that are going to comment, we will have a section for you to comment later. So the commission, here's your comments. Public that you can also submit your website. Okay, well, we'll move on to the next item list, which is promulgate fishing and water reciprocal agreements on bordering waters. We're going to have Jenny Gilbert.
We need a motion to move it to
No.
All right.
No, we don't. Yeah, we'll automatically carry on over to.
You all would make a motion if you didn't want to move forward.
Okay, understood.
All right, Jenny, how are you doing today?
Doing well. How are
Good
you?
to see you.
No, you're fine. As long as you. I know you all had reciprocal agreements and how those have lapsed. Wanted to address that before we got to this discussion item. So if you had any questions leading up to that, I'd answer it. It was brought to my attention in late of January of 2025 that the regulation authorizing a reciprocal agreement, which is 301, with our adjoining states had expired. I was not aware, and I immediately went to do some research and called members of the LRC to follow up on what I found. And there are over 100 regulations for KDFWR. So they had to do some research as well, just because some time had passed. Proving that due to as the sun falls. We've discussed that a couple of times in front of the commission. I'll go back over that. It's just the process for how and when regulations expire. So if you've forgotten that, it's okay. There's a lot of details to it you probably don't really want to know, and a lot of jargon, legal jargon. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to me, this regulation expired in January of 2022. So there's been some miscommunication about that, either online, through social media, in articles, or whatever. When you look at the LRC, if you are interested, license holders, go to our regulations page. There is on the right-hand side, it says last updated. That and people within the LRC have gone on the back end and accessed that page, either to something or change the font, update colors. The other reason our staff's attention. Now you have like current in different colors. They've color coded banners at the top indicating certain things. All that was done within the last few months as a part of their effort to kind of up the website. that, or any member of the public, when they're looking at that, that is not the last time that regulation has been updated. That's just the last time that page has been accessed on the website portion. That's really, really, because that originally, before we started looking in January, now you'll look at it and it'll say 2025. When that's because that went to that called. So there is some miscommunication about that out there I wanted to clear up. There also have found there were many changes to the statutes concerning admin regs that happened between 2017 and 2019. In fact, there were over 100 bills this session alone that dealt with admin regulations, 13 specific process of administrative regulations. So in addition to monitoring any bills that may have affected life, I'm monitoring bills that affect admin regs, because the process also affects us, whether it deals specifically with fish and wildlife regulations. So I wanted to point that out as well. At the department would have had to have sent in a certification letter 6 to 12 months before the expiration. So 6 to 12 months before January of 2022, the department should have decided and in a letter. And so I will say the department did not consistent staff time due to unforeseen circumstances, including loss of department staff turnover, and the oversight and approval of this program was still going through the Tourism and Arts and Heritage Cabinet. So I really want to make that distinction. This regulation fell through the cracks, and because it was dead, it no longer active regulation. So that's also important for you all to note. The commissioner asked me to oversee this program in the beginning of 2023, and he tasked me with and establishing for the timeline of all current regulations. So since 2023, we have organized, and I have organized all that are going through that process in a software that Deputy Commissioner Jenkins brought to the I&E division at the time, and we incorporated for regs. It's been very effective. And it's helped myself, the directors, the program coordinators, the programs, even who work, that to monitor where it is in the process. It also set up a notification to check every month and to communicate with LRC staff on expiring regs. So what you don't know is 2 or 4 regs that are expiring this year are already on your agenda that you have update the language for. So I feel very confident staff have moved in a very positive direction since 2023 to do that. We cannot speak to all the historical things that happened at the time when this expired, because staff members who were working on regs are now gone. Or as I said, they were working under the direction of TAA or answering to TAA. Yes. But I did want to explain that to you all and clear up some of the miscommunication that's out. As soon as we discovered it, we have gone into ultra fast mode trying to get these back in place for our license holders. I will tell you though, when we promulgate a reg, there is a section at the end that's called the materials incorporated by reference. That's where any permit or application or extra document has to the LRC, and that legislative committee that oversees reg has to be able to look at that. We found that the expiring reg not only had agreements that were almost 20 years old and really needed to be updated, so staff had already been working on updating those documents for months, but also that's incorporated by reference. So the department in place for some of those MOAs were not even included in the reg and therefore couldn't be considered. So we cannot renew this reg. I know I've also seen that where there's been a request for some of you all to just say reg right back in place. We have to promulgate a brand new to have a new reg number, and these documents have to be included. So that's part of we will be bringing you today in the next item. I understand and respect the process of the commission to review all these regs, but I would ask that in the interest our sportsmen and the emergency situation that we feel we're in, if you would consider potentially treating this as an action item since you've already heard about it before. And
We're not doing that.
we're not?
We're not doing this.
No, but I'm asking them to consider it as an action so that once they vote, we can promulgate this as soon as the states. And that's up for discussion. If you don't want to, then obviously we will. But if not, we have 3 more months that we wait for the next commission meeting, and then the promulgation process takes 6 to 9 months. So
I'd like to make a comment on,
Go ahead, Chuck.
and commend her on her expediency on this. She's done a great job in addressing this issue, and I was always told it's not how you fall down, it's how you get up. And I think you've done an excellent job handling this issue, and I have no problem with it being an action item today.
I would like to make, thank you, sir. I would like to make a point that Director Dreves just said we don't have all the agreements in place yet. So that's a really important distinction for you all to understand. These are legal agreements that we have to take to the states. Their fisheries and wildlife departments, their law enforcement divisions, all of those groups are looking at it with their legal teams as well, which is why it does take a while, frankly, when you're looking at any kind of legal document. We feel with our legal team that we're able to do that, and we could potentially do that and move on that. But that's where we are right now, currently. And if you have questions, I'm happy to entertain that as much as I can answer. I can't answer things about something I don't know, but I can answer what I do know since.
How much difference could it be that, I mean, you're making an agreement with another state?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, are we giving up something that we had before that?
That's a great question. I think that Mr. Dreves will cover that in the items that he's getting ready to
And
present.
why didn't these states catch it? Did they not catch it either?
They did not.
It's their regulation, it's our regulation.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so
as far as they're concerned, it's still in place in terms of, their regulation, if they even have one, didn't expire. Yeah, so it really falls on us because our regulation expired. And so I immediately called the 6 states that we have fishing reciprocal agreements with and started working with them saying, I'm sorry, this regulation is expired. We need a new agreement because the agreements that are so old can't be accepted as material incorporated by reference. And so I created a draft, reciprocal agreement with each of the 6 states. They're by and large the same. I will tell you that like, for example, one agreement had what I view as unclear wording, but kind of meant the same thing. Well, I made sure that all 6 of the agreements had the same clear wording, meaning the same thing. Each state has different provisions that they may want to tackle things differently. And so, for example, just to highlight one thing, some states where if you're on the reciprocal waters, they want you to follow the license of the state where you're located, the geographic side of a reciprocal area, you follow those regulations. But some states view it, and I kind of view it, that it's easier on the angler if you follow the regulations of the state in which you're licensed. That way you don't have to know the other state's license, you only have to know the state you're licensed in regs. But in actuality, that is not going to be the same from agreement to agreement. Some of the agreements are going to be the former and some are going to be the latter, if that helps. And then there's some law enforcement messaging that I'm sure Colonel would just like to point out or provisions that, that's some of the discussions, and I'll let Colonel talk about that.
So when we were initially reviewing these reciprocal agreements, and unbeknownst to us, they were expired, we saw some issues in the law enforcement wording that basically said for almost all the agreements that we had the right to go across state lines to inspect, license, and creel. And it kind of was limited at that. This had been a concern for law enforcement for several years. Our issue was that if we find somebody in violation, they don't really say that we can do anything about it other than we can just inspect. And then let's just say, for example, something went awry and we had to arrest somebody, or God forbid we had to use force against somebody who was using force against us, where we covered. So we had decided in conversation with other states that it would be best for Kentucky to ask for an Attorney General's opinion. Again, this is before we knew the reciprocal agreement had expired. There has been some conversation that there is truly a coincidence there. We did not know it was expired when we asked for the AG opinion. We got that opinion back on March 4th, 2025. So I can see where the public will be like, golly, this is a big time coincidence, but there's not many of those in life, but truly this is one of those. And we did get an Attorney General's opinion back that helped guide us to these new reciprocal agreements that we're in the process of trying to solidify.
And so that's one of the reasons why it appears on a discussion item is not a new business item, because it was a new business item about a year ago at this time. And again, as Colonel alluded, we did not know through all that process that the regulation was even expired. We were just doing due diligence to try to update something that we thought needed updated, not knowing that it was even expired at the time. But again, that's why we were on as discussion and not new business.
Yeah, this is a multifaceted issue, and I would venture to say with fairly good confidence this wasn't the only agency that some regs fell off. Because we were in unprecedented times when this came into effect, and a lot of us were trying to make sure we didn't catch COVID and we protected those family members that we love. So I would say that there's others, and I try, like Commissioner Meade was saying, not to focus on the mistakes, but focus on a continuous quality improvement process. I have not heard any negative feedback in opposition to this. Everybody's just wanting to move forward and try to get it back on the books as far as what I hear. But trying to be objective, I don't know that there might not be some negative feedback out there. And sort of the parliamentary process that we've established here is to go to this discussion into an action item and not just move it straight to an action item. But so I guess the question I would have is, acting with expediency today and this urgency, is that in the best interest of the sportsmen and fishermen that are out there, so that we don't run into some of these legal issues that we're going to be faced with right now? I mean, we're faced with them now, but if we can get those rectified sooner, does it benefit the fishermen and sportsmen?
Well, I can assure you that I am not going to, and the commissioner is not going to sign off on a regulation that is not ready.
Sure.
So, I mean, the fact that that agreement has to be incorporated in the document itself, we will not promulgate a regulation until those agreements are agreed upon by our legal team, our staff, and then the legal teams and staff of those other departments in other states. So when you all vote on a regulation, ideally, our program coordinators who bring that to you, they're ready for the content. They've presented you with the content that it needs, but there is a process of formatting. And if you took a class and you were taught how to write in college, that is not how you write regs. So just throw all that out the door. So there is a process that and as I said, there are 13 specific regs to the administration process, right, or bills, considering that I'm still watching to see what happens on sign die. So if that changes the process, we are then going to have to educate our staff on how we need to change the process and how we promulgate that. So there's a lot of cogs in that. I can just assure you that that's what we're trying to do now, what we have been trying to do moving forward. And so I understand, absolutely want to honor the process. That's why I said that. But I also know that there is an urgency to some people. I also would like to point out that since printing this agenda, we had divided it into Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. But there's also been this greater effort here among the Commissioner's Office to organize our regulations better. As I said, there's over 100, and some of them are really confusing. Some of them have multiple provisions in very different regs that the public would have to go to 3 or 4 different regulations to read just to know what they can do legally on a certain topic. And we're trying to organize that a little better. And we had discussed even this week about this. Maybe we need to put these together in Chapter 3 for hunting and fishing, or Chapter 5 for licensing. And that way the public would only have to go to one regulation to read, okay, where's the reciprocal agreement on what water? What do I have if I'm in Tennessee, that sort of conversation. So we are not going to promulgate that reg unless it's ready.
Yeah, and I have great confidence to that point. And to your other point, and I'm not going to ask you to agree to this, but I think some of that complication, there's some intentionality behind, quite frankly. Having dealt with regulations and that process for my entire career, it almost feels intentional at times that complication exists in the process, so that and I don't, maybe it's because you need attorneys to get involved and help them decipher all of these things. So.
And I don't know how much you watch admin reg review committees, but we do not go downtown that they do not ask questions. They
Sure.
are very interested in Fish and Wildlife.
Absolutely.
But I will say, to your point, one of the LRC staff members told me that when this went into effect and the sunset law took effect and changed, there were over 5,000 regulations in the state of Kentucky, and now there are only 4,500.
Yeah.
And a lot of that is due to what you're saying. A lot of things sunset without agencies or departments knowing. The LRC no longer has to send a letter to agencies notifying them that their regs are about to expire, because they were being responsible for agencies not recertifying. Well, they can't be responsible for hundreds of agencies and departments. I mean, there's 4 staff that would do that. That should not be on them. So that also changed. So the departments and agencies are not getting any kind of notification. The burden is on us, which is why I said now, we've set up a system for checking that so that we know. But just to your point, there were hundreds and hundreds of regs that sunset.
So the reciprocal agreements as far as fishing, it would be like right now, if I go fish below Markland Dam, I go over to Indiana and I'm able to use my Kentucky fishing license fishing there. But if I were to go like up into a creek, then I'd have to have like my Indiana license, and
Exactly.
it's the same for Indiana residents and Illinois and stuff.
Exactly.
I know recently I just called you asking you some questions about the Licking River and smallmouth bass, and you were on your way to the Ohio River Forum. So the other states, they feel like this is still in place, right? Not like because it's our reg that's lapsed.
I can address that, and I want to address a few of the comments as well. First off, it's not spoken, but Ben's Wildlife Division staff are also working on reciprocal agreements for waterfowl hunting. It's written in your agenda, so just know that we're working on that as well. To your point, I was going to the Ohio River Fish Management Team meeting when you called. Again, I've been on the phone with all 6 of these states multiple times, in person multiple times, discussing this issue. To your comment, Mr. Rhodes, these really are a benefit. I mean, there's not any way to characterize it other than it saves an angler from having to buy 2 licenses. It saves a hunter from having to buy 2 licenses. Yeah. It's not a right, but it certainly is a benefit. So you can look at it that way. I don't think there's anybody that would be opposed to, unless they were just thinking we're throwing money away, would be opposed to. And again, we might lose a license dollar because they bought another state's license, but we gain a license dollar when they buy ours. So that's the nature of reciprocal agreements. And you had a question that I didn't address, Commissioner. Okay. But anyway, certainly the way it works on an Ohio River is if you buy a license, whether you're buy your state's license or another state's license, I will throw out that if you're a Kentucky resident, you have to buy a Kentucky license to satisfy that requirement. You can't be a Kentucky resident and buy an Indiana license and then go fish anywhere you want on Ohio River. That won't work. You have to buy the license for Kentucky if you're a Kentucky resident. But anyway, it works. So if you're fishing on the Ohio River, you can fish anywhere on the river, and even on the other opposite shore. If you're a shore angler, you can fish on the opposite shore as long as you stay on the main river. But if you go up a creek, then you obviously on the other side, then you need the other state's license. And then again, the license regulations you follow can vary from which agreement to how it's worded and how they've settled on it. But anyway, there's some nuances in there, like Illinois and Indiana commercial fishing is reciprocal, where it's not reciprocal with Ohio, because they don't have commercial fishing. There's not commercial fishing in the agreement with West Virginia or with Tennessee. Those kind of nuances. But I've spoken to all of them within the last week, either through call or email, and all of them are in various stages of the approval process. So hopefully we'll have at least fishing reciprocal agreements soon. And I know that Ben's team has been working on waterfowl hunting and should have those ready soon. I'll let you know, just for full transparency, obviously we can start, since it is a benefit, you can start allowing that as soon as it's passing reg, but we're from this point, it's a minimum of 6 months, correct? From the action vote, so it's going to be a minimum 6 months to go through the LRC process, and it could be longer.
So is the department in agreement that you would like to move it forward to an action item today?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I guess I just wasn't aware that we were taking this approach, but I'm certainly fine. Jenny came and talked to me, and I just didn't gather what she was telling me. So it was on me that I didn't realize that we were going to have an action item vote today.
Yeah, understood. And as I said, I think being objective, we have a process to follow, but in some cases, I think life requires exceptions, and we're up here as leaders and chosen to be leaders, and I think there's urgency around this enough for us to go ahead and move it to an action item. So if the chair agrees, I'd be in favor of it.
So is that a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second that. I've been getting calls about this.
Yeah.
One thing before we do a roll call on this, I'd like to say from our law enforcement division, since technically it's going to take a while before these are in place, that we be a little bit lenient as far as people that are utilizing old reciprocal agreements until we finalize everything in that nature.
Our message is truly to inform and educate, and only take enforcement action for repeat offenders. So that's, we're aware that a lot of our sportsmen and women are not going to be knowledgeable of the expiration of the reciprocal agreements, and we certainly take that into consideration. So thank you.
Okay.
I'm assuming that the other states are also.
I can't speak for all their approaches. I will say, Director Dreves, as he's mentioned, has talked to all of them, but I'd like to publicly commend his work effort here. He has worked tirelessly for all of us and the legal team as well. So.
Just to address that point, honestly, different states have told me personally they're taking different approaches. Some states are taking the same approaches as we are, which we've let our angling public know that they're expired through our guide and through an alert on the homepage. The other states, to their defense, we did not catch this in time. We called them immediately, but we did not catch it in time for them to alter their guides. Their guides were already printed and done. So some states have just kind of acted like it's still in place and they didn't alert anglers. Some states are taking the same approach as us, but all of them are taking the same approach, and at least they've told me that they're not out to try to ding people. They're trying to educate and inform because they realize that people don't know.
All right, let's take a roll call. We got a motion and a second.
Yeah, we got a motion and a second. District 1, Dr. Robin Floyd.
Aye.
District 2, Jeff Raymer.
Aye.
District 3, Matt Rhodes.
Aye.
District 7, Chuck Mead. Aye. District 9, Walter Robinson.
Aye.
All right, so get to work on that, guys.
Thank you. Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Great job.
Okay, the next thing on the agenda is update license purchasing regulations to use current terminology and other regulations or statutes that clarify or update other unclear or outdated provisions. We have Brian Clark, Deputy Commissioner Brian Clark, going to join us for this one. Brian, how are you today?
Doing well, thank you, sir. Good to see you this morning.
As well.
Appreciate the opportunity to update you all on this. We have not received any public feedback about this one. I hope it's the least controversial one I ever have opportunity to present, but we're basically just updating some wording to this regulation and for conformity in a few other cases. For example, the list of species referenced in the regulation that can be hunted with a permit authorization number. And so those that has never been added into this regulation: bear, bobcat, and sandhill crane, in addition to deer and turkey. So it's a very simple one, but we, for transparency, wanted to bring it to you for awareness and also to follow our normal process. So happy to answer any questions you have. We'll be moving next time to action, and we even considered originally possibly just doing this for making these changes for conformity, but again, because we are adding in some specific references to species and changing some license names to conform with our other regulations, we wanted to bring it to you for your awareness.
Anybody have any questions about these? I mean, looking through here, they look like all pretty standard. I like the clarification of the electronic harvest log for mobile devices to know that you can use that log and have that on your phone.
Yes, sir. And functionally, our officers are allowing that. It's not strictly prescribed in regulation, but our officers are allowing it if the person has a identification and they can, verify the details of their harvest. And so we just want to essentially allow those who want to be legal, strictly speaking, in the regulation.
Any other questions, gentlemen? Okay, well, we'll move that over to new business for next month.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda is the Otter Creek Outdoor Recreation Area, deed transfer to Meade County Fiscal Court. We have Ben Robinson on this, and I believe we also have Judge Coe, County Coke. Thank you.
Sure.
Ben, what do you got?
Yeah. Again, Meade County Judge Executive Troy Coe joining us, and we've got some Meade County Fiscal Court representatives in the crowd with us as well. But if you think back to our previous meeting in December when we first introduced this, essentially what we're trying to do is make a property transfer of the roughly 2,200 acre Otter Creek Outdoor Recreation Area over to the Meade County Fiscal Court, with the caveat that the Department of Fish and Wildlife would retain all hunting and fishing access in perpetuity through deed language, and we would also have a first right of refusal for any future transfers on that property. It would be registered in the deed, recorded in the deed as well. So with that, I can go into more detail on the reasonings behind this, or hand it over to Judge Coe to explain a little bit more about what we're doing, whatever your preference would be, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead as you see fit.
Okay. Judge, if you'd like to go ahead.
Sure. And gentlemen, part of this is one of the things, there's a lot of older buildings that have been on the property that you actually inherited, and then they've just continued to deteriorate from there. So one of the things that we've been working with the department is on how do we get rid of those buildings. And so, I've been able to, we have the ability within Meade County, I have our dumpster boxes that we can actually haul. And we've also worked with a recycling company that recycles wood. What we need would be the execution of equipment and operators actually just, take those buildings and put them into the dumpsters. Obviously, if there's a basement, we would fill in that basement. I have some pictures if you're interested. We can go to a brief. I've shown them to Commissioner Rhodes of the different buildings. There's about 18 buildings that we're talking about. One of those buildings, and I want to take it off the list, is there's an old convention center. We're going to leave that intact. It'd be a lot of money to destroy. I think it's something that a private investor, working with the state, and we might be able to maintain, and they would be able to use that. So I don't want to touch that building. Obviously, got to work on something so that we don't have squatters that like to come into it like every other week. But if you all want, the pictures are behind you. We won't go through them all. We have documented all those structures.
Photos on your clicker.
Yeah, so, well,
I think he's got control up here.
Okay.
Oh, you got him.
Yeah, so we moved, this is actually the old camp store, is the first picture. And then this is the nature center. It has a basement underneath it. So we'd be able to, put the debris back into the basement, cover it over with different materials, dirt materials. This one's interesting. This is a old bathhouse and pool. Go ahead. That's a pavilion. Next one. There you go. There's the old pool. So again, what we would do is we'd move the debris from another location, fill this in, and then cover it over with dirt. And the biggest concern that we have with these structures is the liability. If people go in there and they get hurt, then that's a suit. That's it. We do have a map, if you want to bring the map up. And so this is a map of Otter Creek as it currently exists. Everything in red, it was an old camp, you know, under Louisville Metro. And there was a Girl Scout camp, there was a Archdiocese camp. There was camps all over the place. And you know, some of these camps are very deteriorated. Other ones, like I said, the buildings don't have any more electricity. All the water's been shut off. They're just not worth bringing back. So that's what we're looking at trying to do. Any questions?
Just commentary here. Judge Koch and I have had several conversations, and you know, he's brought this issue forward. This issue has to not only be approved by us, but it has to be approved by the Meade County Fiscal Court as far as the transference of the deed on this property. And I said to him that this is something that we would want to put on record for the commission and also for the department to see what level of commitment might be able to be gained to help assist with some of these things. As he's pointed out, they have a challenge with the equipment and operators. I don't want to commit the agency to some major expense trying to hand over or transfer the deed, but what the ask was as part of this discussion was if where the agency could legally and financially work with fiscal court there in Meade County to try to help assist with knocking down some of these properties. So I'm not sure where we are in that process. I know there's been ongoing conversations between Judge and the department here, so I didn't know if you all could share any insights there as to where we might be making some headway.
Yeah, it's an ongoing discussion for sure, and this has been probably one of the primary, I'm hesitant to use the word sticking point because this has been a very nice and smooth process and a great partnership.
Sure.
But just trying to figure out how we are going to get these buildings down is going to be the biggest challenge that we face. But I think I can't speak on behalf of our engineering division. You know, they have some of those skill sets, but we also have to be careful and cognizant of some of the cultural resources concerns as an agency that we have to address, and just have to make sure we're covering all those things. So we're going to continue those conversations.
Right.
And we'll have probably some more answers for you when we come back.
Sounds
at our next
good.
meeting.
And again, gentlemen, the way I'm trying to look at this is how can we, not how can't we. You know, I'm trying to, you know, from Meade County's perspective, try to put the resources that I have at my disposal. Again, ownership is another area. There's a lot of ways we can work ownership. You know, once it's transferred, then you know maybe some equipment can be used at that if you don't own it. So I mean, I'm trying to look at how do we, not how don't we.
Sure.
I used to have lots of lawyers that worked for me in the Army, and they would tell me how I couldn't do things, and I would redirect them over. That's not what I'm asking for.
Right.
With that, the only other item that I'd like to bring up is we did have discussion over holding back on transferring the gun range. That actually saves me a problem that I don't really have the ability to address right now. I'll have lots of other areas that, you know, myself and fiscal court need to address, and that just kind of gives us a little breathing room on that specific area. So that would be something that we would ask that would be kept out of the deed for right now, with a later transfer, you know, down the road. There was also some opportunities I think that you all were looking at as improvements through some different grant programs that you would actually qualify, and we actually probably would not. So.
Yeah,
and it would still remain public range, though.
That's the key. It would still remain open, public range. See it, and it works out fine because we do have some federal funding tied to those ranges.
Okay.
But eventually, we'd like to reconsider, actually get that back over. You know, when they're over, but we can continue to maintain that and keep it open for public use.
Yeah,
and down, I think is a good thing for the judge too.
Yeah, and I haven't been on speaking, but just from the pictures, they are, you know, that's what I told him, that I think this is a win-win situation both for the department and for fiscal court there in Meade County, but there's some limits that need to be worked through. We're not today, but we did want to have this discussion.
Yes, sir.
I'm certainly supportive of moving this thing along, and I know the department is too from the conversations I've had, and I think the judge is as well, so.
I was outside there about 30 years ago. My son was in a Cub Scout camp there, and there were some buildings that needed to be taken down then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I spent quite a bit of time at Otter Creek since we started stocking trout. Creek there, spent the night there in the little lodge within the campground a couple times, or like the bunkhouse in the campground with the Derby City Fly group that I've been to. And there are quite a few properties, as you've shown in the pictures, that are in disarray. The lodge, I always look at that and think, you know, what were the guys, had a lot of really cool events there. Now it's just kind of run down. That's really a shame to see that. But the area, really, that it's going to stay in, you know, the ability to fish and hunt on in perpetuity. I mean, it seems like a really good opportunity. First, to staff it and man it. When you look at the line item for Otter on the budget, I know it's like about $250,000 line item, and I don't know specifically if that's tied to just use permits or camping registrations or daily fees. But I'm assuming that line item would be removed, right?
Revenue generation would then be.
Yeah, I think that it's a really good opportunity for us. But anyway, is there any other discussion on it, gentlemen?
The only other discussion as far as moving forward with this, they have a fiscal year, which is the 10th, is that correct?
Yes, sir. It's the second Tuesday month.
So we that would dictate when we would need to take the vote and what, ultimately when we meet in June. So.
Okay. At the end of this meeting.
And the last I will make, there were some sportsmen's clubs that had questions at first, but at this point I've gotten support from. I sent it to all of the commission. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I've received some letters.
I did too.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Agenda. Dan, Ben, and Gabe's going to join him as well.
That, Mr. Chair, be Deputy Commissioner Jenkins with Ben joining. He's just on our behalf. He's done a lot of great work on this, and so I'll help out where.
So tag team effort, so I'm tagging on this one, but also along with team effort here to look at how we handle damage as an agency, and to say it's a bit complicated, and I think would be an understatement how we look at this across the species. Historically, there's been a pretty good process on damage abatement for deer, but when it comes to other species that cause damage, it's not as clear. Full of state regulations that speak towards different parameters and allowances on damage, but it's not consistent. As an example of how we might deal with an issue related to bears, how we might deal with an issue related to bears. And so in it easier for our staff, the public, and people who are experiencing damage caused by wildlife, we're proposing to overhaul this process. Into it, I do have a few things that I want to address, and specifically ask that as we had them there, but upon further discussions, we don't feel that it's the right thing. This specifically the 6th bullet here under 2176. The discontinue issuance of control tags for deer in Zone 1 county. That item I'm asking to remove from the agenda. And then all the recommendations for 1 KAR 2, 172, and 502 with regards to the statewide deer permit and additional permit, that whole section, we'd like to strike that from the recommendation at this point. Like I said, they have merit. But we're not fully fleshed out the way we want them to be, and ask that we just table that, but continue with everything else.
What was the second component you said to strike?
That whole section right there that Nathan had on board.
Thank you.
301-2172.
Yep, that whole, those two items.
Thank you.
And the first one was?
The sixth bullet on the
point.
first one right there. And I can cover all these briefly.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, proposing to amend 301 KAR 2 deer control tag and the landowner designee process, and change the title of that to wildlife causing damage. I will note this is a regulation that is set to sunset this year. So, going back to our agreements, we have recognized this and identified it as one that we need to adjust. So, staying in front of that to make sure we don't have any issues in the future. A lot of this is simply clarifying some terms, creating terms, and defining terms, with the majority of this being how we do things for deer is how we would do things for all wildlife. The deer process works. We would like to extend that to wildlife, per se, to include all species that may or not be causing damage. So define terms of disposal tag, destruction tag, control tag, clarify terms for damage, department representative and designee, establish parameters for the use of a destruction tag and control tag, and require individuals using either tag carry approval on their person, require establishments for the designee and designee denial parameters, require individuals who receive a control tag or destruction tag for deer in a CWD surveillance zone to turn the head of that harvested deer over to the department for CWD sampling if it's an area where we need samples. Require control tag users to have a statewide hunting license and or necessary permits to use those, and require designees and individuals using destruction tags and control tags to have hunter education if required by law currently. Also clarify that if a trap is to be used to capture wildlife causing damage, that they follow the statutes that are related to trap checking and trap tagging, which is KRS 150-400 and KRS 150-410, and a few other clarifications. To be eligible to receive control tags, a department representative must determine inadequate control of wildlife through the established hunting and trapping season is insufficient, and additional wildlife should be taken for damage abatement. And then a few cleanups there to change some definitions and replace it with the terms that are more up to date with how we do this, and then update lastly our forms incorporated by reference. So that handles 2176. We're also proposing to amend 301 KAR 3120, commercial nuisance wildlife control. So these are operators who are permitted by our department to handle critters who are causing damage. Typically you think of these as raccoons, skunks, squirrels, but there are licensed entities, critter control, names that you might be familiar that help in urban areas. Currently they have a list of species that they cannot work with, and upon review and looking at this, we would like to allow them to be able to work on whitetail deer. And the way that we would propose this to be allowed is that they would have to be in an area or location that's been deemed to have deer damage, as suggested in the previous reg there that we just covered. They would not be allowed to capture a deer via a trap, but must use firearm or archery equipment. Any inedible parts that were from that animal that was destroyed would need to be turned over or destroyed to us, and then they would need to turn those animals over to us for any disease sampling that we needed to do, and they must adhere to the carcass disposal requirements to ensure that they're not taking deer and just wasting the meat. So to comply with our what's the wanton waste law, sorry, yep. And then update that materials incorporated by reference. And then one last thing that the staff brought to my attention, they would, as basically a cleanup here that I would like to verbally add in, we would like to strike the name nuisance from this regulation and just call them wildlife control operators. in an effort to not necessarily label something as a nuisance, even though they may be. We would like to just clean that up and strike that from the regulations and just call them wildlife control operators, if that pleases the group. So a lot there, but try to give you the main highlights and be glad to entertain any questions you have.
Can I ask a question?
1 second. Gabe, one thing that I was thinking about on this is the turning in of the deer head in the CWD surveillance zones. We're really just needing the sample, correct? We're wanting to make sure it gets a sample. I just was thinking, you know, if you had somebody that's harvested a trophy animal and then they had to turn the whole head over, that would be be horrible.
Well, I realize that, but in this case, we're talking about damage abatement. It's not hunting.
Okay.
And so these are outside the season frameworks.
I got you.
This is an option we don't want to do, but there are places when we need to do that.
Okay.
And so we have controls on the permits that we issue, whether it's antlerless only, does, bucks. We don't want to provide any incentive. If they're causing damage, they need to go.
I got you.
And so that's how it is in reg now. So if we issue a permit for a buck to be taken, they have to destroy those antlers or turn them back over to us. We don't want to have any incentive for that hunting side.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. Good question, though.
And my question relates to, go ahead.
That said destroy. If you change that to destroy or turn over to the department, I'd have no problem with it. Because it might be something that you'd want. Or I could use in research or education or something of that nature.
We do.
I realize most of them will be destroyed.
And my question was along the same lines. It's just more out of personal curiosity than anything. But for my edification, what does destroying all the inedible parts look like for those individuals?
So, that's a great question. So that in the statutes now, it speaks to some of this, depending on what thing you're using. Destroyed could be buried, could be left afield, turned over to us to do something with, but ultimately they're not kept in the possession of the person who's doing the damage control.
Understood. It's just something I hadn't been familiar with. I don't know if they had to incinerate it or what. But
Essentially, they can't keep it. It's coming to us.
Okay. Understood.
Dr. Floyd?
Would there be a way that there could be a role for Kentucky Hunters for the Hungry, especially for agricultural damage control? These farmers are not going to want you to just harvest one deer. They're going to want you to harvest several deer to take them out of the soybean fields or whatever. And Hunters for the Hungry now has refrigerated trailers you can literally take out, leave there for a while, and fill them up with deer and help, make it a win-win. Make it so that you not only take wildlife from that are causing destruction for our farmers, but that goes in the stomach of hungry people.
We 100% agree, and we try to do everything we can to inform our landowners and folks who are experiencing damage, and we've worked with them to provide resources and opportunity to let them know that is there. We do not want to see these animals wasted, but that's something we can't require them to do in certain parameters and certain times. So, if you're dealing with deer causing damage in the middle of June, time is of the essence, and so we have to balance that. But we will try to do as much as we possibly can, and you see that we speak to that to the nuisance wildlife control operators that they have to do that, and we have that ability to enforce and regulate that.
Any other questions, gentlemen? All right, thank you, guys.
Good job, Ben.
You're going to get plenty of me, sir.
All right, next thing on the agenda is modifications to fur bearer regulations.
Yes, sir, and I'm in it for the long haul now, so you'll get to see me for a little while. But this one, modifications to fur bearer regulations. This would look to amend 301 KAR 2251, hunting and trapping seasons and limits for fur bearers. And this would essentially allow fur bearers to be trapped in March using water sets as defined in regulation. We've worked closely with the trappers groups around Kentucky. They strongly support this. Yearly we get numerous reports of beavers causing damage, late into the winter and early spring into March. Many times we go ahead and extend trapping seasons where applicable through commissioner exemptions. So this would just solidify that in regulation and extend that season.
I've heard nothing but positive feedback on this issue.
Go fur bearers.
I've had a lot of calls about this beaver business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of beavers out there. I know, just thinking it objectively, I know that sometimes the houndsmen have had objections against extending a trapping season, but this seems to be worded in such a way just to allow water such, which I don't think would affect anything from the houndsman's perspective. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if they object, I haven't heard anything from them at this point. Every call or text or email I've received has been in favor, so.
Is there a way of adding, allowing them to use thermals at night to hunt the beavers on this?
Right now, this is specifically for trapping, and that would be something we'd have to take up separately if we wanted to go that route, because this is looking at the trapping reg there.
I've had lots of comments and questions about being able to do that.
Questions about hunting beaver at night?
Yeah.
Any other comments on this? Okay. Well, the next thing then is going to be modifications to regulations related to rehabilitation of wildlife.
Yes, sir. So I'll read through this and then I'll give a little background on it as well, but this would amend 301 KAR 2075, our wildlife rehabilitation permit. And well, I guess even before I read through these, a little background, and we've got some of our rehabilitators in the room with us today that may be sharing some comments later, but essentially what this is doing, in around 2023, there was an overhaul of wildlife rehabilitation regulations, and several changes made, and really the rehab community, some of those changes made it a little more difficult on them, and so this is an effort to work closely with them and develop some changes to those regs that are a little more friendly to their businesses and their communities and just the wildlife rehabilitation community. So with that, first thing we're proposing is to create a mechanism to allow volunteers to assist permitted wildlife rehabilitators via a sub-permit. Right now, the way a lot of these businesses work, they require volunteers to operate their facilities. And right now, a volunteer basically needs to be permitted the same way that the facility operator needs to be permitted. And it's overly burdensome on those folks, the added expense, trying to get the testing in and whatnot, so it's really limiting their operations. So this would take away that requirement for their volunteers to be permitted. They would essentially work under the main permittee or the main operator of that facility. Knowing, though, that puts impetus on the main operator to have oversight on their volunteers. So if there were any, infractions or violations, it's going to be that main permit holder's responsibility to oversee that. But it opens up the door for them to have a better mechanism for volunteers. Next would be to remove the county-specific names from regulation when we're talking about the enhanced USDA enhanced rabies surveillance zone, and instead incorporate that map by reference. Because from time to time that map changes. In this situation, it would shrink the zone, which is a big benefit to the rehabilitators. Sometimes it could grow depending on rabies outbreaks and whatnot. But right now you have specific counties listed in regulation, so anytime we want to change it, we have to come back. We'd have to ask for those counties to be removed. Instead, we would just incorporate by reference that map, and that's the zone that we would use because that's already established through the USDA. Next would be to allow the release of rabies vector species back into the county of capture or an adjacent county, excluding the enhanced rabies surveillance zone. Currently, when rehabbers are releasing rabies vector species, they have to release them back in that original county of capture. As a compromise, we're going to propose any adjacent county around that to expand their ability to be able to release animals. Next would be to allow an exemption to hold wildlife longer than 180 days. Currently, 180 days is the max, but that doesn't always work well. Sometimes there's reasons they need to be held longer. They need to be rehabbed a little bit longer. So looking to develop some kind of an exemption process, whether that's a commissioner's exemption or something else that we determine that they'd be able to apply for and hold those wildlife longer as needed. Each of those were vetted with the rehabilitation community, and I think we're in agreement for the most part on these. The last one was a Wildlife Division recommendation on designating bats as rabies vector species. Honestly, this was something that probably should have been done the last time that we changed the reg. Obviously, bats are vectors of rabies, but the justification then was we were going more for the terrestrial animals versus the flying animals that could go from county to county and area to area, but we feel it's time to add bats to that list. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll hand it back to you.
Gentlemen, any questions?
Just a factual point, I mean, as it relates to bats, because working in public health, we have a rabies control program, and I will say out of the species submitted, they have a higher percentage rate of positivity for rabies than other animals that are submitted. I mean, I think skunks are probably second, and raccoons and other things are down the list, so I think that's appropriate. I have had a lot of conversation with Rehab or Bridgette, and there's some other things that I think that might be brought up for discussion, but my understanding is most of the things that are being proposed here that they are in favor of. So.
Okay, if there's no other questions, we'll move on. Thanks, Ben. Increase hunter opportunities and simplify quota hunts on selected WMAs.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I will run through this list. This is a long list. Do you want me to just go through these as a whole list and then we can talk about them at the end, or talk about them as we go?
You can go through them as a whole list. If there's any specifics that we need to know about each one, we should probably discuss. But
okay.
We've already read through these, so I think we're pretty up to speed. But if there's, just go through it.
Absolutely. Yeah, so again, increasing hunter opportunity and simplifying quota hunts on select WMAs. So this is our public lands areas. And really the goal here is truly to increase hunter opportunity, yet continue to manage our deer herds and reduce densities in areas where we're getting a lot of deer. You've heard me say in the past, we've been fortunate. We've experienced some record harvest lately. This last season was nearing a record harvest, which is phenomenal. But we're starting to see kind of some skewed ratios on our bucks and our does, and we'd like to see that doe number and the harvest totals come up a little bit. So anytime we can recommend changes like this just to get more opportunity out there and potentially take a few more antlerless deer, I think is a good recommendation. So with that, first would be on Barren River Lake WMA, proposing to open the Peninsula unit, which would be the Narrows, Goose, and Grass Islands, to deer hunting under statewide regulations, including modern firearm season. This really it's sort of a cleanup because the rest of the area already operates this way. There was just a subset that didn't, so trying to make the whole area uniform. Big Rivers and Higginson Henry WMA archery quota hunts, looking to revise the annual start date to October 5th. And then that would add, what that would accomplish when that closes, that's going to add a one-day break on that Friday before the gun quota hunts start. Right now they run right together, and gun quota hunters are kind of in a dilemma because then they don't have an opportunity to get out on the area to do any scouting, to potentially hang stands, put up blinds. So this provides them a little more opportunity to get out there ahead of the gun quota hunts.
It's October 25th, just to clarify.
October 25th. Cane Creek WMA in our southeast region, looking to establish quota hunts, as we'll describe, and remove the muzzleloader hunts. So we're talking about unstaffed archery quota hunt beginning Monday following the third Saturday in October until November 30th, but closed for 3 days beginning Friday before the first Saturday of November. And then an unstaffed firearms quota hunt beginning the first Saturday of November for 2 consecutive days. Really what we're trying to do here is we're actually trying to limit some pressure on our bucks because there's been a desire in the southeast region to create a destination area, more of a trophy type area. A lot of hunters have to travel to western Kentucky. We just talked about Big Rivers, Higginson Henry. We've got some great spots out there. Southeast region, more the mountainous region, doesn't have that, and they're really trying to create kind of that destination type place. So we're going to like to give this a try to limit a little bit of pressure on the bucks out there and see if we can grow some older age class deer. Curtis Gates Lloyd WMA up in the northern Kentucky, looking to establish 2 8-day unstaffed quota hunts on the WMA during modern firearms season. This one I'm pretty excited about. I think this is a really unique concept that we'd like to pilot, and if it works, maybe implement that on some of our other areas, because What this really does, it provides folks that truly don't have a place to hunt with a modern firearm, a place to go of their own. You know, most folks that have private property obviously are going to go there during gun season. They're probably not going to go to public land. So this really opens up the door for people that don't have that place to go. Kind of the specifics on that, we're looking to put around a dozen hunters per week on the area, which is going to give them roughly 70 acres per hunter to space out and have their own spot to hunt. And then that also helps with keeping the pressure consistent. You know, a lot of times during gun season, your private lands deer go to public land and vice versa. So now it's going to keep them moving a little bit more. So it could benefit private land hunters nearby as well. Over at Dewey Lake WMA, looking to establish a 2-deer limit, which would be 1 antlered and 1 antlerless deer per year. And then a list of WMAs here: Dewey Lake, Fish Trap, Grayson Lake, Griffith Woods, Cleaver, Rich, Knobs State Forest, Kentucky River, Mullins, Paintsville Lake, T.N. Sullivan, Taylorsville Lake, Twin Eagle, J.C. Williams, and Yellowbank WMAs. On each of these areas, we're proposing to open those up during the early muzzleloader season. Again, just for some added opportunity for folks to be able to get out and hunt with a muzzleloader. The Green River Lake WMA proposing to open deer hunting during the late muzzleloader season. Then also at Green River Lake and Pennyrile State Forests, looking to create a reward process that would reward hunters for harvesting antlered deer during quota hunts. If you're familiar with our quota hunt process, you know, you're required to get drawn each year. Typically, it requires a few preference points that you build up year after year. This is a way to expedite that process, get a few more preference points in their pocket by harvesting antlerless deer. At Miller Welch Central WMA around Berea, looking to open that to archery and crossbow deer hunting under statewide regulations. Currently, you can archery and crossbow hunt there, but it's just on a select few days. I think it's Monday through Thursday, if I'm not mistaken, and this would just allow it to continue throughout the week. Again, providing more opportunity. We're also getting high densities of deer there, so much so that it's difficult to pull off our duff fields for our quota hunts with sunflowers because the deer do so much damage there. Mudcamp Creek and RF Tartar WMAs, proposing to open those to deer hunting under statewide regulations. And Yatesville Lake WMA would allow deer hunting for the entire modern firearm season. Right now, there's just a portion of the season that's available, and this would open it up for the entire season. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
That sounds like creating a lot of really good opportunity.
I say so too. One thing people may not have thought of on WMA hunts where you check your deer in, you can do an earn a buck. You can't do that just through telecheck because people will call in that they've harvested a doe when they haven't really done it. But on these kind of hunts, you can. So if you really need to harvest more does, you could do an earn a buck kind of situation there before you are checking them in. Not that I'm saying that we do that on all of them, but if the need and we're just getting very few does harvested on a specific hunt, that might be an option.
Yeah. Any other questions, gentlemen? Okay. Moving on, add language to specify that hunting access may be controlled by signage.
Okay, this is a pretty simple one, really sort of a cleanup item. We already have a provision to do this under KAR 3010, which is our public use of wildlife management areas. Looking to get this added also into the deer reg to make it a little bit easier if you need to close down an area for deer hunting by signage or whatnot, then it's specifically listed in the deer reg as well.
Any questions, gentlemen? Okay. Add newly acquired properties to public lands regulation.
Again, another, I guess you could sort of view this as a cleanup. This is really adding, well, first this would have been 301 KAR 2178, deer hunting on WMA, state parks, and other public lands in federally controlled areas. This would formally add Decker WMA up around Boone County into that list. You know, many times we've discussed this in the past. You'll acquire a new property that may be smaller, maybe surrounded by homes, businesses, whatever, that just isn't suitable for statewide regulations. So this would allow us to list areas specifically that need to have more restrictive type seasons.
Any questions? All right, moving right along. Update deer zones for selected counties where deer densities have increased in recent years.
Okay, so this one we are looking to make several changes to our zoning, and we haven't made zone changes in several years. We typically don't try to do that every year. We like to make sure that if we do make a change, we wait a few years to see how that's impacted or whatnot. But this one we've done, Mr. McDermott and his team have done a really great job of doing some survey work, really plugging data into our models. We've got new thermal capabilities where we're going out and running thermal routes, spotlight surveys, damage tag issuance, a whole host of things go into these zone change recommendations. But ultimately, what we're proposing here really indicate we've got increasing populations in these counties, and we're looking for more opportunity to harvest antlerless deer. Obviously, no changes to the antler deer, one buck state, but this provides some opportunities to take some more antlerless deer, particularly with firearms in some of these counties. So this would amend 301 KAR 2172, deer hunting seasons, zones, and requirements. So we're proposing to take the following Zone 4 counties to Zone 3 counties, and that would be Clinton, Jackson, Martin, Menifee, Pike, Rockcastle, and Russell. We're proposing to take the following counties, which are Zone 3, to a Zone 2. That would be Cumberland, Elliott, Garrett, Johnson, Morgan, and Rowan. And then we would propose the following Zone 2 counties to go to Zone 1 counties. That would be Adair, Boyd, Breckenridge, Butler, Carter, Davis, Grayson, Greenup, Hancock, Lawrence, Lewis, Logan, Marion, Meade, Metcalf, Taylor, and then one that got omitted that I would like to verbally request be added would be Ohio County to that list.
Again, looks like, doing good stuff to help, with the regulations there.
I know a lot of my people over the last few weeks have said, Johnson County needed to go from a 3 to 2, because we do have a lot of those. Lawrence County, same way. So I just have 4 counties, Martin and Pike from 4 to 3, and then Johnson from 3 to 2, and then Lawrence from 2 to 1, and it seems that's the way I see it there too.
I've had a lot of complaints about Russell County talking about so many does, and I said, well, it's coming, because I've heard different people talk, different ones talk about how much they tore their alfalfa fields up, how many they've been seeing. And just for instance, just one guy said, I saw 26 in one field the other day. All does too. That was back in hunting season. But we need to get rid of some does in Russell County.
Any other comments, gentlemen? All right. Next thing on the agenda is to update regulatory language. Ben?
Yes, sir. One more really cleanup item here. This would amend 301 KAR 2083, holding and interest-rate transport of captive cervids. And we're really just proposing to remove some verbiage from the permit when issuing our captive cervid permits. Currently it says the word add and number. As we've talked about previously with captive cervids, we co-regulate those with the Department of Agriculture. The Department of Agriculture actually maintains the lists and the numbers of the specific animals in the facility. We don't maintain those lists. However, the way our reg is written right now, we're required to put that number on there, and we don't always have it. So this is a cleanup just to remove that so that we're in compliance.
Any questions, gentlemen? All right. Modifications to deer hunting on state parks.
Okay, this would have been 301 KAR 2178, deer hunting on WMAs, state parks, and other public lands in federally controlled areas. Looking to adjust various state parks to be open for quota deer hunts and the modification of the dates when the hunts would occur. So essentially what we're doing here right now, and we've discussed this with Department of Parks, right now there are specific parks listed in reg. We're proposing to remove specific park names and just provide them the authority to be able to manage hunts on whatever parks that they want to manage those hunts on. And then we would provide oversight and support wherever we can. So this really just provides them a whole lot more flexibility, opens up the door for them to host hunts where they think they need to be hosted.
I have a comment about this. Here's my problem with this. Down close to where I live is Lake Barkley State Park. If you drive through, there are a ton of deer there. I know they've had quota hunts there before because I went on one. They haven't had a quota hunt for years. For years. Why not? And you call there, it's like, well, we just don't do that anymore. We don't bother with that.
Yeah, what we've seen in discussions with parks is as park managers change and fluctuate, they have different opinions on how they want to manage the parks and which hunts need to be open and which don't. So that's essentially what we're providing them here, is that ability to make those decisions.
Well, what it looks like you're providing them is the ability not to have quota hunts because they're not doing it now.
It would be their decision, which it is now. I mean, when we work with them now, they provide the list of which parks they want to hunt.
I would like to see more quota hunts on parks like that, not fewer.
Any other questions or comments, gentlemen? All right. Deer and turkey hunting on Green River National Wildlife Refuge.
Okay, this would amend 301 KAR 2178, which is our deer hunting on WMA state parks and other public lands and federally controlled areas, and 301 KAR 2111, which is deer and turkey hunting on special areas. If maybe you're not familiar, or maybe you are, but Green River National Wildlife Refuge is the newest national wildlife refuge in Kentucky. They've been acquiring land for this for a little while now, and they're starting to piece some land together down around Henderson, Kentucky. And they're at a point now where they've requested to get some hunting season started on those properties. So this is just an effort to facilitate that and get this in regulation so that they can start that process.
Questions or comments, gentlemen? All right. Removal of mobility impaired hunt on Camp Webb.
Okay. Once again, amending 301 KAR 2178, deer hunting on WMA state parks and other public lands and federally controlled areas. This would remove the provision of requiring a mobility impaired hunt for the first weekend in October on Camp Webb on Grayson Lake WMA. So really this is another cleanup item because now there's a provision to allow this same type of hunt under a different regulation. KAR 3130, the public use of conservation camp properties, doesn't need to be listed twice, so it's better suited in the conservation camp.
So we're not limiting?
Correct.
Okay.
No. Provides really us and Information and Education Division the opportunity to determine how and when to host those hunts.
Any questions or comments? All right, removal of Tract 1 of West Kentucky WMA for the open shotgun muzzleloader quota hunt.
Another 301 KAR 2178, deer hunting on WMA state parks and other public lands and federally controlled areas. Again, this would remove Tract 1 from the areas available to hunt. Cleanup item because if you recall, recently we did a land swap. We lost this piece of property. We obtained a chunk of ground further west at Otter Creek WMA, which is a really nice piece of property. But again, we need to clean this up because we don't own the property, so we can no longer host the hunts there.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you've discontinued the open shotgun muzzleloader hunt too, haven't you?
That was done previously.
Uh-huh.
Right.
So this is just a cleanup of the
Clean up.
Any other questions, gentlemen? All right. Department-owned and managed lands that are not wildlife management areas. Gabe and Jenny.
I think I'll handle this one for now.
Oh, okay.
So rounded, been here in wildlife. This would actually be to create a new regulation for us on how we manage land titled wildlife management areas, where we're going to create language to deal with hunting access lands, like I said, that we own but not a WMA. For an example, hatcheries, hunting access areas, buffers around lakes, etc. It's property that that we control, that we're the landowner, and it's not specifically mentioned in a regulation on what we allow on that property or not. So we want to combine that, simplify that with a few other regs that are out there, and we're going to add provisions for property to set aside for other uses such as office space, equipment storage, boat ramps, campus here, as an example, that we would choose what type of activities can be done and what that regulation would look like. We would also request to add provisions that allow us to close things by signage, similar to how we do in 301 KAR 3005. And then a few cleanup things to where we will change the conservation camp property reg 3130, add that into here so it would be a one-stop shop for all lands not wildlife management area. And then the last provision, we do not proceed with the Otter Creek recreational outdoor area, that we would move that regulation into this as well to conform with those additionally.
That last, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Sure. The last bullet point being, you said if there's no action taken on that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. So if you choose at the next meeting to go ahead and transfer Otter Creek, at that point we would repeal that regulation completely. If the commission decides to retain that, we're asking in this case to move this regulation in the proposed new one to allow everything to be there that's not a wildlife management area.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions, gentlemen?
Not related to this, but the only question I remember at the start of the conversation, we were discussing that there was going to be more discussion about bobcats. Is that still yet to come?
Yes, sir.
New business.
Okay.
Yeah, we've only got 3 new business items this month, so we're going to go ahead and we'll go through those as well when we get into the new business section. What I'd like to do, if there's no other questions about that last one, we'll move on from there. I would like to go ahead and recommend that we take a 10-minute break, but before we do so, when we come back, instead of going right into new business items, I would like to move up public comments. And then after public comments, then we go to new business items, in case some of the folks that have sat here with us all day wanted to say something, get an opportunity to say something, and then if they want to leave, they can before we go through new business and closed section, and then things of that nature. So that being said, let's go ahead and take a quick break for 10 minutes, and we come back, we will start with public comments.
Sounds good.
Brigitte Brouillard.
I apologize. I totally messed that up.
And
Am
if
I
you wouldn't
sitting or
use the
standing?
mic, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Look, I had to bring that down a little bit. By a little bit, I mean a lot. Well, I did have 2 minutes and 49 seconds worth of stuff that I was going to chat about today, but I don't really think that today is the most appropriate of those times. But as he said, I'm Brigitte. I'm the founder and director of Second Chances Wildlife Center, and I just want to thank you all for working with the rehabbers and getting some of these regulations ironed out a little bit. But you'll hear from me another day, so stay tuned. I mostly wanted to tell you all a little bit about using our USDA licensed education ambassadors that are not releasable in programs, but stay tuned for that. But thank you all and have a great afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Up next we have Brittany Good Roberts. Oh, nope. And then up next we have Alan Scruggs. I apologize.
Yes, sir.
And if you could, Alan, just state your name, if you're with any organization, and then what county you're in.
So, Alan Scruggs, I'm out of Allen County. No organization, just advocating for wake boaters and wake sports.
Okay, go ahead.
So I was listening to the comments. I've been at Barren River Lake since 1981, and now I'm on that lake at least 4 times a week, every week in the summer, and we also it's just part of our lifestyle. I spoke to our commissioner. We're really here just to as I look at some of these things that were brought up that were negative of our waves and tearing up docks. I think we're probably at a bigger stage right now of education and safety. If you combine all water sports to one area and those waves come together and you got a 2-foot wave hitting a 2-foot wave and a rider falls, the other driver's not going to be able to see that rider. So that's a huge safety issue for me. I've got 3 generations surfing and wakeboarding on this lake. I sponsor pro wakeboarders. I have in the past. Our community is, for the most part, courteous. If we see a boat stopped, we probably stop and ask if they need help. We also have tow ropes to tow people in. I think we might have got a bad rep during COVID when everybody couldn't go do anything else. They bought wake boats and they're not educated. I'm a certified dock builder with an engineer stamp. I don't want my docks tore up. I don't want anybody else's docks tore up. I got a couple more guys that are going to speak about the same things. We don't have GPS on our wake boats. We have a depth finder and a temperature gauge, so we don't freeze to death when we start in April. Our ballasts are drained immediately because we don't want to ride across the water to go eat at one of our marinas. We spend about $300 to $500 a weekend in boat gas at our local marinas, a piece. We buy ice, food, drinks. We don't stop on the way. Our boats are moored at a marina, and we don't want it tore up either. I think the biggest thing at our lake is we already have designated places for no wake zones and no skiing. And if you want to get out of the chop of the water, that would be the place to go hang out. If you've ever been to an event, 4th of July, or a band playing live on the lake and it quits, I think you're getting more damage done by everybody leaving at once and not having common courtesy. So I got 9 seconds left to tell you, I think that education and safety, a driver's license to run a wake boat with a surfer would be where I would start. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Up next we have James Cheney. James, if you could just repeat your name, if you're with any organization, and then what county you're from.
Cheney, Warren County, just representing myself. I won't go over a lot of the things that Alan said. A lot of my points will be the same as his. The one thing that would be investigated a little bit farther, you hear a lot about erosion. I was at our local marina where we all keep our boats Thursday. It was real windy. While I was down there, we probably had a constant 20 to 30 gust, and I can verify that just looking over the lake, the water was white capping all day long. And you could look over at the shoreline all day long. Not a single boat on the water, but the shoreline was taking a beating. And that's just from Mother Nature. So I would like to point out that the erosion is not just from boats, Mother Nature also. And then the biggest thing is just courtesy. I myself witness every weekend out on the lake other boaters doing senseless things and just not being respectful. So boater safety, big key issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, James. Next we have Mary Kay.
Yep, Mary Key.
Mary Key.
Mary Key, I apologize.
Yeah, I'm with Nolan River Wildlife at Hardin County. So I wanted to just start out by saying, somebody told me one time, taking your husband shopping is like taking the game warden hunting. It's just a bunch of nopes. And we were really feeling frustrated for a long time. We kept feeling like, you know, we were really bound and not able to do a lot of the things that we needed to do for the wildlife. But that's really changing, and I want to start by saying thank you guys so much. I wanted to personally thank Ben Robinson, Dr. Casey, Rich Storm, Commissioner Storm, Terry Brunges, Greg Cecil, Laura Palmer, for taking the time to hear us out and making it clear that it isn't about us versus them. It's about us coming together and working together. And the reason I think it's important that we do work together is we give you guys an option of, instead of people's perception of you guys as just handing out tickets and getting in trouble, y'all do so much more, but people don't see that. We have an opportunity. We've got hundreds and thousands of followers on social media now because we have the gimmick of cute animals, and we could really help you guys by saying, hey, thanks to Officer so-and-so, we got this eagle a second chance. So it's not a direct, we do give y'all $25 a year for our permit, which I know probably is fantastic, but we can't do that, but we can really work to help perception get better, which would help your funding get better. Because I know that game wardens, I know some of y'all are losing your game wardens to police officers, because although game wardens have a lot bigger responsibility, they don't have nearly the funding that the police officers do. And I think that's true with probably most of the businesses in the wildlife department. So that's something I would like to say to give y'all some leverage or some excitement about working with us. And I do want to continue the discussion because progress we've made so far has been incredible, but there's still a lot of work to do. For example, Russell Coleman, the Attorney General, called the other day and wanted to start a program with some of the inner city kids to be exposed to wildlife, because that's not something they get to see. And we had to say, no, we can't because of the regulations. So I think it's really important that we're allowed to use common sense. We want animals to be touched because that puts them at risk. I'm not so worried about animals are not going to bother anybody if they're ambassadors, but it puts the animal at risk. So we don't want to do that either. But we really want to give more people opportunities to be educated and see these animals. So thank you so much for your time, and that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Tanya Poindexter.
I'm not used to reading off of notes, but I wrote some notes today for you all. Good morning, commissioners, and good morning to you all too. I'm Tanya Poindexter at Wilderness Trail Wildlife, Kentucky. I'm a rehabilitator and an owner since 2018. I want to begin by expressing my deep gratitude to each of you for opening the lines of communication with wildlife rehabilitators like myself. By fostering a collaborative relationship, we have the opportunity to make Kentucky a model state. That one that leads the way to native wildlife conservation, health, and overall. Your willingness to listen, consider new perspectives, and adapt to regulations for the betterment of our wildlife is truly commendable. One of the most impactful changes you are fixing to hopefully make is recognizing that some of the wildlife species require longer than the standard 180-day of rehabilitation period. Species such as beavers, which need extensive time to develop skills, orphan squirrels that must overwinter in our care, and turtles that require prolonged healing from shell injuries simply cannot conform to a rigid timeline. By acknowledging these species-specific needs, you are not only improving outcomes, but also setting a precedent for based wildlife management. Another significant step forward is permitting licensed rehabilitators to have sub-permittees. This change will greatly enhance our ability to provide constant quality care to animals in need. Prior to this change, I had a couple of school teacher friends that I trained to help me. They didn't want to do this full-time and go through what I had to do to be a rehabber, but they just wanted to help me when I needed a break to be able to go to the birth of my granddaughter or to a doctor or office. I never allowed them to do intakes during my absence, but I did require them to be vaccinated for rabies, as I will do for anyone that helps me or as a rehabber with me. Many of us juggle demanding rehabilitation responsibilities with personal and professional obligations, and allowing individuals to assist us will help alleviate some of the strain. It will also help ensure that wildlife receives the best possible care. Now I want to express my appreciation for the actions regarding rabies vector species, particularly in my county of Laurel County. As you know, our county was designated rabies surveillance zone in 2018, and I'm truly grateful for the decision to hopefully remove not only Laurel County but other counties from this designation. Over the past 23 years, I've conducted in-depth research on rabies in Kentucky and our neighboring states. Can I request for just a minute extra time?
Go ahead.
Because this is important. I maintain a strong working relationship with my local game warden, Dylan Martin, Rick Evans, our environmentalist at the Laurel County Health Department, my neighbor and Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Regional Wildlife Biologist, Merle Hacker, my veterinarians, Houston Wishmeyer and Joey Massey of Noah's Ark Animal Hospital. Together, we have developed a potential plan that could significantly reduce rabies cases among our wildlife. This proposal centers around the use of the MRAB3 vaccine. This is the same rabies vaccine used in our oral bait drops that's put out across America for over 30 years. It has been proven for up to 3 years in wildlife. I have also got the protocol for the rabies vaccine for bats from Bat World Sanctuary out of Texas, and they're one of the biggest international bat sanctuaries. So I know how that can be given, and my vets do too. Given that many wild animals have a natural lifespan of 6 months, the vaccine could potentially protect them their entire lives. The challenge with oral bait drops is that they rely on chance. Wildlife must find and consume the bait to be effective. The proposed solution removes uncertainty by ensuring that all rabies vector species in our care are vaccinated by our veterinarians before release. This targeted approach guarantees that rehabilitated animals and disrupts the transmission cycle. For example, consider a bat carrying rabies in the wild bites an unvaccinated bat. That bat will go back to its colony and the virus spreads. However, if a bat had been in our vaccinated and released care, it should not contract the virus. Breaking the chain of transmission and its colony may not be exposed. If all Kentucky rehabilitators adopted this method, we could significantly reduce the rabies cases and position our state as a national leader in wildlife disease prevention. By working together and embracing innovative science-backed solutions, we can create lasting positive changes for Kentucky's wildlife and public health. I appreciate your time and your dedication and your openness to collaboration. I would also like to participate in any discussions pertaining to wildlife health and or rehabilitation. I look forward to making Kentucky a model state in wildlife conservation and management.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, up next we have Larry Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the Commission, for giving me the 3 minutes. My CWD remarks are several. I'm disappointed that we don't see ag representatives here for you gentlemen to ask questions of. In the in our deliberations back at home, we've wondered where's ag at in this whole process, and we're absolutely disgusted that they're not here. We would entreat you to look at your CWD management plan with an idea towards separating wild and captive instances of CWD. We need to be able to treat those as two separate occurrences. If you have a captive CWD occurrence, obviously you've got a handle on that. You know where it's at, and you can try to establish its degree of propagation. A wild, I think our plan is mainly directed at a wild instances of CWD, so I would Gabe and Ben to look at dividing the plan and addressing captive versus wild CWD issues. We would increase the commission to invoke the commissioner's power to invoke an emergency under KAR 301-140 because we think that we're on the precipice of an emergency here. If you can't see it coming, you need to open your eyes. We have a serious economic issue up to face us with this CWD plan. I think giving the commissioner the emergency power gives him a little more flexibility in the KRS 150, 173, and 170. 730 and 735, I'm sorry. We would like to offer our congratulations. About 6 years ago I offered, and with Edwin Nybert, the then president of the LKS, a resolution on this guides and outfitters license, and finally here it is. We've got it done, and I appreciate your help and your service, and thank you very much for that. The last thing I'm going to talk about is another little quirk of mine. We did away with committee meetings a long time ago, and I'd like to see this commission debate about bringing them back. We could have taken a lot of time out of your discussion area today and given you more time to do whatever else you need to do in your executive session by discussing these things and getting the commission fully informed prior to this meeting. And last thing is that Utah just doubled their non-resident license fees 2 days ago. That is a big step for them. They looked at the loss of 25-30% applicants versus the gain, and they think they're going to make money at it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Larry.
Thank you, Larry.
All right, next we have David Kriege. Is that right? David with United Trappers of Kentucky. Are you still here?
I think he just meant to sign in. I think he's
okay.
provided a written copy.
Okay, that's all we got as far as people that are here to speak, and then now we're going to have the public comments that we received via the internet.
I'd like to speak as well, if I may.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Come on.
My name is Stacy House. I'm not advocating for any particular organization, just myself and some friends on the water. As the two previous folks have spoken on this issue, we take care of the water, we take care of our resources, we cherish those things, and I think the biggest thing for me is the safety as well. And if you consolidate a lot of wake sport individuals to one or several small areas, you're going to have someone seriously injured or killed, and we don't want to see that. We take a pride in taking care of our resources, and we don't have GPSs on our boats. That's not true. We do have depth finders, but we do not have GPSs. We take care of each other. We always wear our life vests. We're strong proponents of, if you're in the water, you have life vests on, and we teach people that. We advocate for safety on the water, and I would tend to say that the individuals that I spend a lot of my time with on the water are very, very safe individuals, and I think it would be very discouraging to have a group of individuals like this kind of sectioned out and regulate, almost say overregulated. So appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Raymer, for taking my call. That's important to have that line of communication, and I just want to recognize that we do appreciate your time and the opportunity to speak on the matter. So thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Appreciate it. Okay. All right, and now we'll turn it over to Lisa Jackson to go over any of the public comments that we received.
Thank you, sir. Before I read those, I'll read the standard public statement, just for the record. Public comments regarding new business items or discussion items on the agenda may be submitted by email to fw.publicaffairs@ky.gov. Emailed comments received by 5 p.m. Eastern 2 days preceding the meeting date will be distributed to all commission members on the day prior to the meeting and read by KDFWR staff during the commission meeting for up to 3 minutes total per commenter, time permitting, and at the discretion of the commission chair. Email comments allow commission members adequate time for consideration and correspondence if necessary, and they allow the commission to conduct business more efficiently during meetings. Commenters' contact information is not required for emailed comments, but it will be necessary if anonymous comments will be distributed to the commission members but may not be read. The commission chair reserves the right to not read publicly any comments that are libelous, derogatory of others, not pertaining to business items on the meeting agenda, or redundant with other comments. Questions will receive an email response. Commenters should include commission meeting in their email subject line and include in their email message their first and last names, Kentucky counties of residence or state of residence if a non-resident, and organizational affiliation and position if they are an officer or official representative of a particular organization. In-person attendees of meetings may also request to speak up to 3 minutes total per commenter on new business items or discussion items on the agenda, but will be required to sign in on the public comment request form on the table at the meeting room entrance by 9 a.m. Eastern on the day of the meeting, and provide name, county, and state of residence, organization represented, and official position, if applicable, and agenda items being addressed. Commenters who also speak in person will not have their emailed comments read publicly at the meeting and are asked to avoid voicing comments that are redundant with others speaking prior to them during the allotted public comments timeframe. The first public comment is from Stephen Pickard, President of the United Trappers of Kentucky from Whitley County, regarding modifications to fur bear regulations. United Trappers of Kentucky approached KDFWR wildlife officials with this suggestion to help Kentucky landowners with their increasing every year problems with water fur bearers. Upon our meeting and discussion, this simple solution was agreed upon from a sound management perspective and a simple ease of applying it into law. There are no shortages of water animals, and most are increasingly causing some form of damage now. March is an exceptional month for beavers, particularly, as well as muskrats, and any other animals that should be taken still have a fur value for the trapper to benefit from for doing the landowners a service. Many states have the trapping season for water trapping only extended through March and even April. 16 of 19 states in the Midwest and Southeast allow water trapping through March to permit better wildlife management. When discussed, no states indicated any conflicts with any other user groups. This past winter, January and February were terrible weather for trapping in Kentucky due to flooding and freezing, resulting in a reduced catch for most trappers. With this simple extension, the trappers that are willing will be able to make up for any future poor winter weather by utilizing March for winter trapping. March is an excellent month weather-wise for an extension of these problem animals. Beaver are traveling extensively, setting up new home areas, and March by far is the month trappers receive nuisance requests for new animals that have moved in. Muskrats are also establishing new dens. There is certainly no shortage of any otters that may possibly be taken. They are causing many problems with fisheries and on boat docks. Very, very few mink or raccoon would be taken. This similar water trapping extension has been basically in effect the past several years in wildlife districts 1 to 4 in Kentucky by Commissioner Storm approval, accepting the allowance that the sale of any otter that may be taken. This simple season extension would relieve him of that past duty and make it legal statewide. I assure you, districts 5 to 9 in Kentucky all have the same water problems as Western Kentucky, water animal problems as Western Kentucky. Personally, I've received 4 landowner requests in March this year from the 9th District. This season extension would alleviate having to get specific game warden or biologist permission or approval on an individual basis. Again, this general, simple water trapping only extension would also allow the sale of any animal taken in the water sets to help the trappers. I hope the commission members will grant this simple request to help landowners and the few remaining trappers left in our state that are willing to extend their season to help in the problem wildlife management. The next comment is regarding the wildlife rehabilitation from Angela Cox of Critter Ridge Sanctuary. Dear Commissioners, my name is Angela Cox. I'm a resident of Franklin County and licensed wildlife rehabilitator. Critter Ridge Sanctuary. I'm a married 49-year-old female that has rehabbed and loved wildlife since 2 years of age. Since becoming licensed in 2019, the regulations have changed considerably. In light of recent events within the rehab community, I now understand why some of these regulations were changed. Some of said changes are for the betterment. However, the majority of the changes are not in the best interest of the citizens of Kentucky wildlife. We have inadvertently caused loss of very good ethical rehabbers in this state, all the while inadvertently forcing wildlife into the public's hands. We as rehabbers are scared to rehab and do so with the best interest of the animals due to fear of violating regulations. Our wildlife are the ones suffering the punishment, and they are the innocent ones in this equation. The reality of the matter is very simple. Regardless of what laws are passed and or enforced, humans always have and will continue to help animals in need. We rehabbers do this because we love these animals. We want to make a difference. We give up our normal lives, I mean this literally, to save them and give back to our beautiful land and ecosystem. We are not looking for notoriety or fame. We simply want to provide ethical treatment for these animals and not be forced to compromise our morals. This is a position that many of us face. Despite what the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife may feel, we rehabbers are not your enemy. We do support you. We would simply like to save our animals without fear of every action we take. Please consider the regulation changes that would prevent us from doing so. Please don't make us and the animals suffer from poor decisions that another deranged rehabber has made. We actually do support you in your decision. Thank you for taking the time. The next comment is from Eva Pollard with County Critters Wildlife Rescue in Boyle County. I'm writing to support modification to the wildlife rehabilitation regulators that were changed in 2023. I am a home-based rehabber and rely heavily upon my family and friends to help with the animals in my care. When the regs were changed in 2023, it basically took away all of my volunteers. I'm not sure how the sub-permit would work, but feel that as a permit holder, I should be able to train my volunteers according to my operation. I have been rehabbing for 19 years, and so had the folks that helped me over the years. We had no problem, so not sure what a sub-permit would be allowed that a trained volunteer cannot do, or at least let previous volunteers be grandfathered in. I'm currently only taking in a small number of healthy orphan babies since I have to help. I have turned away so many animals the past 2 years, and it has just about killed me, knowing that I could save them but not having the help I needed to be able to. Rescuers vowing to take care of them themselves, I could only remind them it was against the law, but compassionate humans cannot stand by and watch an innocent animal die. This is what those regulation changes have done. I'm sorry that I will be unable to attend the commissioners' meeting on Friday. I currently have baby squirrels in my care and no one to care or feed for them while I attend. This is just one example of the regulation changes made in 2023 that has negatively affected rehabilitation. Prior to the change, weather permitting, I could have brought them with me to feed every 3 hours in the car or had a family member or friend care for them while I was away. I do understand why the current changes were made. I have yet to get an answer to that question of why none of the rehabbers were consulted to see the impact it would cause. All of the emphasis on rabies vectors are unreal. Yes, I know it is a real disease and would probably understand the changes if a rehabber had died from being in contact with an animal, but to the best of my knowledge, that is not the case. I have always had everyone take necessary precautions. The current regs is placing more wildlife in the hands of citizens who most will not take precautions to protect themselves, therefore creating a much bigger problem than allowing rehabbers to train their volunteers as we have done for years, 19 years for me. I honestly think the regs should be rolled back as they were prior to in 2023. If a rehabber is doing something they shouldn't, then deal with that rehabber. If some actual changes need to be made, then sit down with all rehabbers and for their input. We all have different situations that can be impacted by the changes. Work with us, not against us. At this point, I feel the department is wanting to do away with wildlife rehabbers. I have a great many concerns, which I have addressed to this department over the last couple of years. I used to think we had the best Department of Fish and Wildlife in the nations. However, over the past few years, it seems to have gone downhill. The reg change made in 2023 showed to me the department wasn't thinking about wildlife. It's a sad day when the department that is entrusted to protect our wildlife resources seem to no longer care. I think changes need to be made, and it's not too late to start now. Allow us to protect our state's wildlife the way we have done for many years. Okay, and then the final comment I have is regarding an update of deer zones in selected counties. And it is from Greg Cole. I don't have a county on him. My concerns are with the proposal to move Rowan County from a zone 3 to 2 and Menifee County from zone 4 to 3. From experience, trust me, that's a horrible proposal. If anything, Rowan should be a zone 4 and Menifee, quite frankly, should be closed a couple of years. Deer numbers are very low in Rowan and extremely low in Menifee. I believe a huge contributor to that is both counties are the majority of the 183,000 acres of the Cumberland District of Daniel Boone National Forest. No habitat diversity at all, a proverbial deer desert, and all wildlife in general. Mountainous, big woods, non-ag areas are notorious for low deer densities, regardless if they are comprised of mostly national forest or not, which would be all of eastern Kentucky. You absolutely cannot manage deer in the eastern part of the state like the rest. Food availability is way less, therefore fawn recruitment is also. In my opinion, we need more deer zones. We are painting with a 4-inch brush when it should be 1 inch, and God forbid if we have another EHD outbreak like we did in 2017 in eastern Kentucky. That concludes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. With that being said, we're going to move on to the next section of our agenda, which is new business items. And since there's only 3, we'll go ahead and we'll go over these right now. So the first one is modified Chapter 6 Water Patrol regulations to comply and comport with United States Coast Guard amendments and NASBLA recommendations.
Good morning again, gentlemen. We are proposing as new business, as the chairman mentioned, to modify Chapter 6 Water Patrol regulations to comply with the United States Coast Guard amendments as well as NASBLA, which stands for the National Association of State Boating Law Administrators. Specifically, in 301 KR Chapter 6 001, we want to define law enforcement vessel, public safety vessel, engine cutoff switch link, engine cutoff switch, a wireless cutoff system, and slow no wake. We would also like to amend 6020, boating safety equipment, to add a section regarding the engine cutoff switch requirements, and amend 6030, waterway safety requirements, to include section 2.4 to add wording Coast Guard approved, and that's in reference to personal flotation devices, and add section 6 to include language enforcement and public safety vessel operations, distance passes, the move over law, which is similar to what you see on our roadways and highways throughout the state.
Do you guys have any questions? Or? Yeah?
Good job, Colonel. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. The next thing is the modifications of regulations controlling land and water use at Department Lake.
Good morning again, gentlemen.
Morning.
Evening.
Let's see.
It's still morning, right? Oh, it's evening, isn't it? So this new business item is to modify 301 KAR 1016, and this is the regulation controlling use of lands and waters on lakes owned or controlled by the department. So this is where we have boat dock permits in here. We also have a shoreline use permit. The shoreline use permit, the end of last year, it ended on the 24th. I'm sorry, 12/31/24. So obviously we need to the reason why we haven't gone about doing anything with this permit and issuing like notices or anything is when they the last reform of this regulation, for some reason, might have been political, I don't know, but anyway, they have this on a different rotation than the boat dock permit. So the shoreline use permit expired at the end of '24, and the boat dock permit expires at the end in 2027. That's a 10-year permit, and this is a 15-year permit. We want to get those on the same cycle, and also when they instituted this shoreline use permit, it was instituted in reg, but there was not a there's not actually a permit. There is an application, and that's pretty much it. So it was almost like they went part of the way through getting this regulation done, and they didn't get the part done where they actually created a permit, and did notify folks that needed a permit that they needed it even. So there's people out there, unfortunately, that should have a shoreline use permit that don't even know that they needed a shoreline use permit. So anyway, this is something that obviously when we want to get it up to speed and we want to get it right, and so really. Unfortunately, I would characterize it as maybe they didn't follow through at the time that this was last passed, and we need to get these things. The folks that are supposed to have a permit know that they need a permit, and we need to actually issue a permit. And so if we have it aligned on the same rotation, same cycle. What we would like to do is in 2027 we'll have all this ready and buttoned up, and we'll issue a shoreline use and boat dock permit. It'll be a combined permit, and it'll be like checking a box whether they have a shoreline, they need the shoreline use permit for that specific individual. It'll be like yes or no, they need the permit for the shoreline use, yes or no, they need the permit for the boat dock, and just getting this cleaned up the way, in my view, it should have been done in the first place. And so during this, and I'll mention that this issue has been very, let's say, a lot of debate surrounding these boat docks and shoreline use, specifically at a few lakes, and Lake Malone would be one of them. And so we want to institute a small internal work group of Fisheries Division, law enforcement, commission member. If that's what we think is a good approach to look at these provisions, update and clarify where needed, and obviously get these regulations on the right cycle. Maybe more than you wanted to know for new business, but
that's okay.
Yeah, I just have one question, if you don't mind. What does this look like in a real world application? I mean, what's the count data we're talking about, the people that are affected by this?
I honestly can't tell you the numbers. I don't have that at my disposal. But we have 10 lakes that fall under this regulation. Lake Malone is the most noteworthy in terms of probably the number of people that have boat docks, and it's obviously a little bit bigger lake than the other ones. But we have several lakes in northern Kentucky that fall under this reg, Lake Malone, and there's a few others. But
I'm sure there's going to be more information to follow. So we'll
obviously,
Malone's probably several hundred.
You can.
I can answer your question if you want to know. So 2023, there were 776 boat dock permits.
Okay.
And shoreline use, here, about 210.
Thank you.
And I probably have the lakes if you really want to know them in my my packet here. I just didn't have them.
I don't think it's necessary.
Block Pen,
Corinth Lake,
Elmer, Bolts,
yeah.
All those all fall under that.
Williamstown.
I don't think Williamstown falls under that one. What about Bashir? Bashir does not fall under that one. That was one that, for whatever reason, it's not part of it. And
that's fine. Just next time for the discussion items, I would just list them out in there so they know which lake's concerning.
yes, without a doubt, we'll have obviously a lot more flesh on the bone at the next meeting for discussion.
All right. Any other questions for Dave? All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to move into a closed session.
I got it.
Oh, go ahead.
Could I? Is it possible for me to add something for new business items for next time?
I've got to.
A discussion about forming a limited amount of committee meetings so the commissioners can be more informed.
Yeah.
I'll make that. Do I have to make a motion to discuss it, or?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just for that, for discussion for next time,
Yeah.
so we could understand it and get feedback from the department.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. And then yours was adjust the bag limits for River Otter and Bobcat, right?
Bobcats and beaver. And the other one was the ability to adjust the turkey limits across the state as needed. And this is something we discussed already and kind of working on it a little bit.
Okay. So you guys want to, so let's talk about the adjust bag limits for River Otter and Bobcat. Okay. I skipped over that on accident. That's the one thing that was on here.
Well, the only thing that I had put on that was the ability to take bobcats at night using thermals, and also beaver. They're actually killing them now, so it's, we're not getting any feedback from them. So if they buy their permits and they turn the jawbones in and stuff, so at least we'll get the feedback from them on those. And the turkey thing, I don't know if there's anything else needs to be said about that now, but I'd like to be able to adjust the turkeys, the bag limit on it, from the western side to the eastern side of the state, depending on how populations.
Yeah, we can put that stuff in for new business items for the next meeting. No problem.
One other consideration on that same line, I've been asked for us to consider maybe revising the license age from 16 up to 18. So just for discussion purposes, told them I'd bring that forward.
Okay.
So just to be clear on the bag limit for river otter, bobcat, and potential beaver, that whole item, and for turkeys, we're looking to consider that new business. We're looking to consider that new business today and then return it as discussion.
I was thinking mine would be new business for the next meeting, but I don't know about what Jeff was thinking.
The beaver was actually on this one was supposed to be for a discussion.
Yeah, we've got River Otter and Bobcats under the new business right now, and then these gentlemen brought up the things that they wanted to have brought on, I believe, for new business at the next meeting.
Right. Mine would be just new business.
Okay.
And the turkey was new business, but the bobcat was on this one.
Right. Correct. I was just wanted to clarify that the turkey that you were talking about, if you wanted that to become new business today or new business on the next agenda.
However, would move it forward.
And that would be Mr. Chairman's
the fastest
determination.
Well, to move forward the fastest, you'd want it to be new business today, and then you would want to have a discussion item at the next meeting.
Discussion item on the next meeting.
Okay.
New business for today.
Don't we have to post new business 30 days?
I don't know. I'd have to talk to legal there. I mean, typically we like to go through the 30, 60, 90 when we're rolling something through to give public plenty of time to provide feedback. If it's not if it doesn't go through that process, it's typically become something that we had to do that for due to regs or because we have to hurry up and get something done like Jenny talked with us about earlier. So if we're wanting to add those things in there that you want
I
to
got no
adjust
problem with doing it.
the turkey bag limits from the western part of the state versus the eastern part of the state, we would just.
There was a reason to get that done as quick as we could because of some of the stuff that's going to be affecting them this year. Cicada.
Yeah, as we started just brainstorming this, and I don't want to go into a whole lot of detail today because we don't have anything hashed out. It's just kind of the timing of how this goes with cicada hatch, with the ongoing research and the research phasing out, and so it kind of lined up good if you wanted to consider today new business to advance it, but no preference for me whatsoever.
I don't have a problem making it new business today, and you guys can put it in the discussion for next time. I know, previously we've talked about the bag limits for turkey, a year or so ago, and a lot of concern talking about that, and then it was brought down. We had a record turkey year the following year, but if that's what you guys are wanting to do. Gabe, did you have something?
I'm just going to make a quick comment. So, even if you made it new business today versus new business in June, it wouldn't change the effectiveness for the season dates.
Right.
So,
not for this year.
Not for 2025.
Yeah.
And not even for 2026 at this point.
Well, if that's the case, then I would recommend bringing it back as new business at the next meeting.
If it's not, I was trying to get it in 26, but if it's not going to
too late for 26 for spring season, if that's what you're talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then let's just bring it under new business next month with your topic as well. That way it will go through the 30, 60, 90-day process and not have anybody complaining that we're skipping ahead.
Yeah, but we did have the river otter and the bobcat on this one.
It is, yeah, it is on here. I just mixed it. I looked over it on accident.
Yeah, and what we were proposing with that was the bobcat, you're allowed to kill 3 by hunting or 5 by trapping, is to just say 8 total. Instead of splitting them up where.
Okay. I mean, so that will be, it's new business now, so it will be a discussion item. We'll draw out all those details and it'll be on the agenda for next month's meeting. You guys can have plenty of time to look over that and review.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, may I ask, Mr. Rhodes, we're doing a lot of research. We're currently doing a lot of research on the youth licensing age, revenue, what other states are doing, whether there's been any research on the impact on recruitment and retention. We still want to add it, or wait until we get the research back and then share that with you and the other members to decide if you want to put it on the agenda?
Yeah, that'll be fine with me. It's not, I'm sure it's time sensitive for some people to have, children that are that age, but it's not time sensitive for me. I committed to bringing it, to the commission for discussion, and I want to do that, so.
Absolutely. It would be like Gabe said, in this case, it would be applicable to the next license year before we got that on the books anyway, so there's no super rush.
Sure.
And we can inform by the next meeting, we should be able to have that information for you all.
Okay. Whatever works, I don't, the point of clarification as to when we do it, it's going to be delayed regardless of when we do it if it goes into effect. I just want to consider that for discussion. So.
Okay. Well, then in that case, we'll go ahead and move into closed session. Steven's going to have to read what we're going to do before we can do that.
Afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon.
All meetings of a quorum of the members of any public agency at which any public... I might wait a minute, let everyone settle down.
That's government.
Oh, well, lost my audience. All meetings of a quorum of the members of any public agency at which any public business is discussed or at which any action is taken by the agency shall be public meetings open to the public at all times except for specific exceptions listed in KRS 61.810 or otherwise provided for by law. The Commission has business today that will require entering into a closed session. KRS 61.815 requires notice of the general nature of the business to be discussed in the closed session, the reason for the closed session, and the provision of KRS 61.810 that authorizes it to be publicly announced prior to entering closed session for most open meeting exceptions. In the proposed closed session, the commission will discuss one potential land acquisition by a purchase. The discussion shall occur in the closed session to protect the state's interest in the acquisition of land. By identifying KDFWR's interest in the particular parcels, the general public will be alerted to the various owners' willingness to sell the properties and our intent to purchase. As such, the publicity increases the likelihood other parties may make offers on the properties. Such competing offers could increase the value of the subject properties. Alternatively, a private party could purchase the property from the current owner more quickly than the Commonwealth and require the Commonwealth to pay a premium to acquire it. This portion of the closed session is authorized by KRS 61.810 under Section 1B for the potential land acquisition. In today's closed session, the Commission shall also conduct the annual review of the Fish and Wildlife Resources Commissioner's performance. KRS 61.810 Section 1F authorizes closed sessions for discussions which might lead to the appointment, discipline, or dismissal of an individual employee. As confirmed by the opinion of the Attorney General's Office in 21-OMD-091, the annual review is required to be in closed session pursuant to KRS 150.061 Section 1A. This portion of the closed session is authorized by law and by KRS 61.810.1K and KRS 61.810.1F. Upon an approved motion, the Commission will enter into closed session. The Commission shall not discuss any other matters, and no action shall be taken during the closed session. During the closed session, council and necessary members of staff will be present to advise the Commission.
Awesome. So we'll go ahead and move into closed session.
We need a motion.
Oh, we need to make a motion to move in closed session?
I'll make a motion that we move into closed session.
Second.
Second by Dr. Floyd. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. Closed session. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. We are conservation officers, wildlife and fisheries biologists, conservation educators, engineering, IT, communication specialists, marketers, administrators, and customer service representatives. It's our mission to conserve, protect, and enhance Kentucky's fish and wildlife resources while providing outstanding opportunities for you to enjoy hunting, fishing, trapping, boating, shooting sports, wildlife viewing, and related activities. At Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, we protect the resource and public safety by enforcing hunting, fishing, and boating laws across Kentucky, provide public hunting and fishing access through the management of more than 1 million acres of natural areas and waterways, provide quality fishing opportunities for anglers close to home by annually stocking more than 5 million fish in public waters, build and maintain public boat ramps, shooting ranges, bank fishing access areas, and other public facilities, restore streams and wetlands on private and public lands using special grants, assist private landowners with fish and wildlife habitat improvement, inform and educate millions of youth and adults through education and outreach programs. Not only are we responsible for the conservation of the few dozen species in Kentucky that are hunted, fished, or trapped, we are responsible for all of our state's incredibly diverse animal species, nearly 1,000 of them. All of this is accomplished with funding through user fees and grants instead of state taxes. The majority of the department's revenue comes from the sale of licenses and permits, federal funds, excise taxes on outdoor-related equipment, and boat registrations. Hunting, fishing, and other wildlife-related recreation generate nearly $6 billion in total economic impact to the Commonwealth, supporting about 70,000 jobs. All of us at Kentucky Fish and Wildlife seek to be good stewards of the great outdoors, leaving it in better shape than we found it. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife resources, that's what we do.
Got one. Get him in there, Annie. Get her, Sadie.
Get in there, Sadie.
Jeez.
There's turkeys all around him.
Double point, they're in there.
There they go.
Can't think anything I'd rather do, so.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. In our Engineering, Infrastructure, and Technology Division, computer programmers, engineers, skilled technicians, heavy equipment operators, administrative specialists, and project managers carry out the design, construction, and maintenance of the agency's buildings and facilities across the state, as well as manage department software and website functionality that are critical to our agency's data processing requirements. The Kentucky Fish and Wildlife website, fw.ky.gov, is visited by more than 2 million users each year. The creation and maintenance of the electronic applications, databases, and content that keeps the website operating smoothly is dependent on our highly trained computer programmers. Our IT team manages the department's hunting and fishing licensing system, telecheck and other harvest databases, and mobile platforms, working diligently to sustain and modernize technologies that improve functionality for you, the end user of our products and services. They ensure that our licensing system meets customers' needs. Engineering and maintenance staff work across the state to construct, service, and enhance the infrastructure used by hundreds of thousands of recreational participants across the Commonwealth every year. This includes roads, parking lots, buildings, shooting ranges, boat ramps, docks, and canoe and kayak launches. Often working with local governments seeking a new boating or fishing access point in their community, the EIT division provides oversight and technical guidance for the project, designs, gathers permits, and procures agency signage, leading the project from start to finish. The division currently maintains about 170 boat ramps and 24 agency-owned dams statewide. Recent projects include an accessible fishing pier at Green River Lake and a boat ramp at Shawnee Park in Louisville. Facilities updates are ongoing projects of importance because they provide functional access and spaces for the public to enjoy our natural resources and for staff to work and interact with the public. These projects are wide-ranging in scope. Recent examples include the new archery range at Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Headquarters, the dining hall at Camp Curry, and the renovation of our Central Fisheries Annex office and laboratory. Shooting ranges, wildlife management area roads and parking lots, life jacket loaner stations, moist soil impoundments for waterfowl and other wetland wildlife, and other such facilities made for hunters, anglers, and other recreationists are built and maintained by the EIT division. This work is vital in promoting increased site accessibility and safety for folks that utilize these resources. The Engineering, Infrastructure, and Technology Division is also the home for boots on the ground maintenance staff that beautifies and maintains these properties in sun, rain, sleet, or snow. Although mowing, trash pickup, building maintenance, and unforeseen repairs are inevitably required on facilities across the state is not glamorous work, this upkeep and maintenance is an integral part of our success. We are Kentucky Fish and Wildlife's Engineering, Infrastructure, and Technology Division. We take pride in planning, constructing, maintaining, and repairing the facilities that ensure access for hunters, anglers, trappers, boaters, and wildlife watchers who reside in or visit our state. We're also focused on continuous improvement of access to information and services the department provides through technology, all to make it easier for you to enjoy your favorite outdoor activities. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife, that's what we do.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. In our law enforcement division, game wardens and administrative specialists carry out the agency's mission-critical enforcement and education activities.
We're going to talk to you guys for a little bit about this firearm.
Promoting public safety and appropriate use of the state's fish and wildlife resources is a division legacy that traces back more than a century. Game wardens work tirelessly alongside our fisheries and wildlife professionals on private and public lands and waters to help restore, protect, and conserve fish and wildlife. They have been instrumental in the restoration success stories of species such as white-tailed deer, wild turkey, freshwater fishes and mussels, bald eagles, and elk. Kentucky game wardens are sworn peace officers who enforce all laws of the Commonwealth, with a primary focus on fishing, hunting, trapping, boating, and commercial uses of fish and wildlife. They are some of the most highly trained law enforcement professionals in the nation. All recruits receive 20 weeks of basic training, 14 weeks of training in the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Academy.
Drop it! I'm gonna tase you if you don't drop that stick.
And 12 weeks of on-the-job training with a field training officer. The Law Enforcement Division's policing of commercial uses of fish and wildlife helps to protect the delicate balance between conservation and sustainable use of vital public resources. Game wardens also pursue those who violate Kentucky's laws and thereby disregard the principles of fair chase and ethical stewardship. The poacher's illegal take of fish and wildlife steals opportunity from everyone who enjoys these animals legally.
If you come out tomorrow or any other time, get that fishing license, okay? All right, sir. Be careful.
Have a good day.
You too.
From the back roads and backwaters and all areas in between, game wardens are committed to ensuring our outdoors are a safe place for sportsmen and women to recreate in the Commonwealth. Tips regarding suspected unlawful activities related to fish, wildlife, or boating are welcome into the Law Enforcement Division. Game wardens investigate your tips, aiming to cut down on potential poaching or other illegal activities. Tips may be reported by phone, text, or smartphone app. To report a tip, call your local Kentucky State Police Dispatch or 1-800-25-ALERT. Text 847-411, type the keyword KFW Law, plus the details of your tip, or use the KFW Law smartphone app. It's available in your app store. Your tips often result in cases that help discourage illicit activities. Game wardens also are deeply ingrained in their communities across the Commonwealth. From school visits to assisting with toy and food drives, or youth fishing events to hosting special hunting opportunities for youths.
We just gently press the trigger. Good job.
They are eager to assist when there is a need. When raging floods or tornadoes hit Kentucky communities, disrupting essential services and putting citizens at risk, game wardens are among the first to be called because of our specialized training, equipment, and expertise. Our game wardens don't hesitate to provide emergency help to those in harm's way, even traveling outside the state to assist those affected by hurricanes or other natural disasters. They are the lead first responders on more than 2,000 miles of navigable streams and hundreds of lakes statewide. Kentucky game wardens spend thousands of hours annually on boating enforcement, helping to ensure impaired boaters don't negatively affect the recreational use of our waterways. The environment our game wardens work in daily also puts them in harm's way. Sadly, 11 game wardens have lost their lives protecting the natural resources and the people of the Commonwealth. They represent the immense dedication it takes to serve in this role and forever reminds the public of the dangers that Kentucky game wardens face every day. In 2014, a fallen officer memorial was dedicated on the campus of Kentucky Fish and Wildlife in Frankfort. And every year we honor those individuals that paid the ultimate sacrifice. We are the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Law Enforcement Division. We enforce the laws and regulations pertaining to the Commonwealth's fish and wildlife resources, protecting an industry that generates $8.7 billion to our state's economy, from the Appalachian Mountains in the east to the Mississippi River in the west, so that these resources may be safely and sustainably enjoyed by current and future generations. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife, that's what we do.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. Our Fisheries Division is comprised of fisheries biologists and technicians, fish hatchery managers, fisheries researchers, and administrative specialists. We focus on aquatic species and their habitats across the Commonwealth. Large lakes, vast reservoirs, small farm ponds, open flowing rivers, secluded mountain streams. Kentucky has them all. These waterways span some 215,000 surface acres of water. Public spaces that more than 250 species of aquatic animals call home. And every year, more than 500,000 people enjoy the excellent fishing and other recreational opportunities these diverse waterways afford. Conserving and enhancing these aquatic resources and providing opportunities for their public enjoyment are the two main functions of the Fisheries Division. The primary strategies we use to manage Kentucky's fisheries include habitat improvement, fisheries research, stream restoration, fish stocking, invasive species control, and management of fish populations through regulating fish harvest. Fish habitat improvement usually involves either fostering beneficial aquatic plants or placing physical structures in waterways to provide places for fish and their prey to reproduce or take cover. Most of our public lakes are decades old, and the structure of their habitats has decomposed or has been washed away over time. Providing new fish habitat in aging reservoirs creates much better living conditions for fish and generates significantly more fishing opportunities for anglers. Fisheries research is vital to ensuring the health of all of Kentucky's aquatic species. Unless we know the actual condition of our fisheries, we can't manage them effectively. Annual fish population surveys in our many waterways provide the scientific data on species composition, abundance, and the health that our expert staff need to determine how our fisheries are doing in order to prescribe appropriate management actions. Relatively few of our aquatic species are harvested through recreational or commercial fishing, but the Fisheries Division is responsible for all of them. Researching and conserving Kentucky's lesser-known aquatic species plays a vital role in balancing Kentucky's aquatic ecosystem. Stream and wetland restoration is a key strategy that's spearheaded by the Fisheries Division's Stream Team. These restoration projects are accomplished through dedicated stream and wetland funding. Our Stream Team staff has overseen dozens of projects that have restored hundreds of miles of streams by stabilizing eroding banks and restoring original stream flows. These stream improvements not only benefit hundreds of fish and wildlife species, they also conserve soil and nutrients and improve water quality. In addition to improving the structure of waterways and monitoring the health of aquatic species, the Fisheries Division also uses fish stocking to help keep the fishing great statewide. We stock more than 5 million fish every year, from catfish to muskellunge, striped bass to trout. Fish are stocked across the state to help meet the strong recreational demand of Kentuckians and our visitors to enhance the fishing experience for everyone. Some stockings are aimed at returning native species that have been depleted, such as lake sturgeon and alligator gar. In time, these species will be added to the tremendous variety of fishing opportunities Kentucky offers. We intensively stock more than 40 urban lakes through the Fishing in Neighborhoods, or FINS program, in towns all over Kentucky. The FINS program is a partnership with local governments in which we provide the fish and our municipal partners provide access and maintenance. For many anglers, a FINS lake is the place they learn to cast a line or catch their first fish. Conserving the state fisheries also depends on decreasing threats to aquatic ecosystems. Controlling invasive species reduces the adverse impacts of harmful non-native species, like invasive carp, and is a must in the fight to keep Kentucky waters healthy and thriving. New technologies and innovative practices are helping Kentucky win the fight against these harmful species, which compete with desirable fish. A final key strategy in the Fisheries Division's work is the regulation of recreational and commercial fishing to ensure the health and sustainability of our fisheries for present and future generations. Fishing regulations govern legal fishing methods and place limits on sizes and numbers of fish harvested. Regulations are developed using the best available biological data and input from the public, including key stakeholders who are directly affected by the regulations. A unique combination of skills, experience, and dedication allows our Fisheries Division to strive for optimal management of all of the aquatic species that call Kentucky home. We are the Fisheries Division. We conserve and enhance Kentucky's fisheries and provide outstanding fishing opportunities across the Commonwealth. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. We do.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. Wildlife Division is a team of professionals committed to the conservation of Kentucky's amazing array of wildlife, the habitats they depend on. We are wildlife biologists, land managers, technicians, administrative specialists, mapping experts, all highly trained specialists who can serve the Commonwealth's nearly 1,000 wildlife species, from the wetlands of Fulton County to the mountains of Pike County. Wildlife is vital to our quality of life in many ways, ranging from healthful fun to healthy food. Every year, more than 1 million people participate in wildlife watching, hunting, and trapping in Kentucky. Wildlife recreation benefits our state economy to the tune of $2 billion each year, supporting 23,000 jobs. The Wildlife Division's two primary goals are science-based wildlife conservation and providing sustainable opportunities for their enjoyment. The strategies we employ to achieve these goals include game management, conservation of rare and declining species through the Kentucky Wild Program, public lands habitat management and access, private lands technical assistance, invasive species abatement, and wildlife disease monitoring and response. Game management programs include big game, such as deer, elk, and bear, wild turkeys, waterfowl and other migratory birds, and small game such as squirrels, rabbits, bobwhite quail, and ruffed grouse. Many game species were once depleted to local extinction, or nearly so, by the early 1900s, but are now thriving due to our historic restoration programs. For example, white-tailed deer once numbered as few as 1,000 animals statewide, but stocking from source populations, coupled with careful harvest regulations, have allowed Kentucky's deer herd to grow to nearly 1 million strong. Similarly, elk were once eliminated from Kentucky's landscape through habitat loss and overharvest. But our ambitious restocking program that started in 1997 with 1,500 elk from 7 western states now has resulted in a thriving population, today with thousands of elk in 16 southeastern counties. Your purchase of Kentucky hunting licenses and permits supports game management programs and helps us obtain related federal grants to conserve Kentucky's wildlife and habitats. The Kentucky Wild program conserves a wide array of species that aren't hunted, fished, or trapped. These include songbirds and raptors, reptiles like turtles, lizards, and snakes, amphibians such as salamanders, toads, and frogs, fishes, and butterflies. These species contribute to a healthy environment for people and wildlife. Our team raise and restore mussels and small fishes that provide clean water, habitat for birds and insects that pollinate our food crops, and monitor and protect bats and control insect pests. Support these efforts by joining the Kentucky Wild program today. Public lands provide habitats for wildlife and provide public recreational access for wildlife watching and other compatible uses. Although the department owns less than 200,000 acres of wildlife management areas, we're able to provide access to over 1 million acres of public lands through partnership agreements with other landowners such as government agencies, timber and coal companies, and private individuals. The Wildlife Division enhances habitats on many of these areas through prescribed burning, forest improvements, wetlands creation, and placement of animal nesting structures. Private lands assistance is available to owners of farms and other private property. Over the past 3 decades, our biologists have worked with about 2,000 different landowners and walked over some 2 million acres of private land, making habitat improvement recommendations and developing management plans. Our biologists have helped the U.S. Department of Agriculture to implement millions of dollars worth of habitat practices that benefit Kentucky's quail and rabbits, butterflies and other pollinators, songbirds, waterfowl, and other wetland wildlife. Abating threats that invasive animals and plants pose to our native wildlife resources is another important conservation strategy of the Wildlife Division. Staff have improved living conditions for wild animals on thousands of acres in Kentucky through the eradication of invasive plants, such as tall fescue grass and shrubs. Wild pigs are an invasive animal that cause costly damage to farmlands, threaten livestock and wildlife with diseases, and directly compete with native species. The Wildlife Division staff has helped landowners remove hundreds of wild pigs on private land, thus minimizing a threat to our native wildlife. Monitoring and responding to wildlife diseases is also a priority for the Wildlife Division. This conservation strategy includes preventing the introduction of new wildlife diseases, as well as controlling diseases whenever possible. Since 2002, the Wildlife Division has tested over 30,000 deer and elk for the occurrence of wasting disease, or CWD. In short, the Wildlife Division's skilled and dedicated staff cares for the whole spectrum of wildlife that calls Kentucky home, so they can thrive now and in the future. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife, that's what we do.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. The department's Information and Education Division, comprised of educators, communicators, and information specialists, developing and enhancing awareness and appreciation for Kentucky's diverse natural resources. Its efforts promote responsible attitudes and actions that help to sustain the conservation of the Commonwealth's wildlife and fisheries.
A little better fish than mine.
If you view a Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, it likely was produced by the Information and Education Division. Kentucky Field TV, Kentucky Field Magazine, press releases, regulation guides for hunting, fishing, and boating, and informational videos. They are all developed by this team of communications professionals.
Kentucky Afield, a program designed for sportsmen.
Kentucky Afield TV is the longest running hunting and fishing show in the country, on air since 1953.
Wow, that happened fast.
The Emmy award-winning show's goal is to showcase hunting, fishing, and other outdoor opportunities across the Commonwealth that folks can experience for themselves.
Nice job, man. Thank you.
We also highlight the work of agency biologists and other staff who work to enhance those opportunities and conserve Kentucky's vital natural resources. The show is available to over 8 million households weekly and can be viewed on YouTube and Roku as well.
I'm Chase Winiger, host of the podcast. Lee McClellan, co-host.
The Kentucky Afield podcast brings in Kentucky fish and wildlife experts to talk more in depth about the resources and the abundance of opportunities that they present. Kentucky Afield Magazine is one of the premier publications produced by a state fish and wildlife agency. In circulation since 1945, it was formerly known as Happy Hunting Ground. Articles in the magazine dive deeper into relevant topics among outdoor enthusiasts across Kentucky, ranging from personal interest stories to step-by-step how-to articles. Examples of written pieces include the restoration of elk in eastern Kentucky, how to properly maneuver a kayak, and how to cook your own wild harvest. Every cover of Kentucky Afield magazine since 2000 has featured the artwork of Rick Hill, Kentucky Fish and Wildlife's resident artist. Rick's paintings feature vibrant outdoor scenes and detailed depictions of the native Kentucky fish and wildlife species. Some of the most important publications for Kentucky's more than 1 million outdoor enthusiasts are the hunting, fishing, and boating guides, which summarize regulations that must be followed while in the field or on the water. Need to know the statewide size limit for largemouth bass? That's in the Fishing and Boating Guide. How about when and where you can bear hunt? Look in the Hunting and Trapping Guide. 5 different guides are produced annually by our Information and Education Division. Hard copies of some of these guides can be found at local licensing agents such as sporting goods retailers, bait and tackle shops, and gun shops. All of the guides are posted on our website in PDF format for viewing electronically or to print out. In 2021, the first Spanish version of the Fishing and Boating Guide was developed, eliminating a potential barrier to participation so more people can enjoy our public waterways. Do you have a question that you just seem to answer using our regulations guides or our website, fw.ky.gov? Then call our Information Center at 1-800-858-1549 or email us at info.center@ky.gov. Available 5 days a week from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, our experienced and friendly staff will help you get answers to your questions. A major focus of the Information and Education Division is raising the levels of awareness of and interest in fish and wildlife conservation by all ages through education. And our education efforts take many forms. One educational feature that Kentucky Fish and Wildlife provides to the public is the Salado Wildlife Education Center, located in Frankfort. With the goal of educating the public on the mission of Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, the center is home to an interpretive facility with numerous interactive exhibits, dozens of native Kentucky wildlife species in live displays, and 4 miles of hiking trails. Deer and elk, fishes, snakes, birds of prey, and even a black bear are some of our favorite live animals to our visitors, who number more than 50,000 each year. In the center, our conservation educators host programs that educate all ages about our native wildlife, including how hunting and fishing are vital conservation tools. Our animal care staff works tirelessly year-round to ensure all of the center's animals are well cared for and their habitats are safe and functional.
Ensuring the animals are clean, healthy, and comfortable is a key aspect of creating a positive visitor experience. As part of that experience, you can borrow fishing rods and reels from the center to wet a line in 2 stocked fishing lakes on site. You can even get your fishing license at Salado. The Information and Education Division is committed to continuing the hunting and fishing heritage in Kentucky. One way is by helping Kentucky citizens learn how to be safe and ethical hunters by providing hunter education courses. Every year, about 10,000 people take the course to get Hunter Ed certified. Nearly 1,000 volunteer Kentucky hunter education instructors offer about 400 separate classes and require range days each year, all across the state. Another way we help sustain hunting and fishing participation is by hosting about 5,000 4th, 5th, and 6th graders at our 3 conservation camps each summer. During the school year, our conservation educators visit hundreds of schools, speaking to about 65,000 children on important conservation topics. Then, those same educators spend all summer at camp hosting classes on fishing,
Look, I caught a fish. Oh.
archery, boating, marksmanship, and other outdoor recreation subjects. But the education doesn't stop there. Recruitment, retention, and reactivation, also known as R3, is a national effort to increase participation in hunting, fishing, trapping, boating, recreational shooting, and other wildlife-related activities. How do we do this? Our educators host in-person,
Okay, just drop it in the chamber. Now pump the gun forward.
and virtual events to provide access to anyone wanting to learn more about hunting and fishing. Programs such as Hook and Cook, Field to Fork, and Becoming an Outdoors Woman provide opportunities to experience hunting and fishing for the first time, and our educators help participants gain the skills and confidence they need to participate on their own. Kentucky is also home to the National Archery in the Schools program, or NASP. Created and launched in Kentucky in 2002, the program has expanded to 47 states and 11 countries. In Kentucky today, NASP archery classes are offered in roughly 700 schools and 45 community programs, teaching archery to nearly 150,000 students. Numerous staff from Kentucky Fish and Wildlife teams up with the NASP staff and volunteers each year to host a state tournament for up to 10,000 student archers who compete to earn college scholarships as well as tournament trophies and other prizes. Kentucky Fish and Wildlife's Information and Education Division brings together a diverse staff with a unique combination of skills, experience, and dedication to enhance public awareness and appreciation for Kentucky's fish and wildlife resources and their conservation. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife, that's what we do.
closed session. Thank you for bearing with us. We had a couple items to discuss. So the first thing I'd like to do would be motion for the land acquisition that we discussed.
I've made several other motions, so I'll make a motion. Philo-001.
I'll second that. Roll.
Yes. District 1, Dr. Robin Floyd. Aye. District 3, Matt Rhodes.
Aye.
District 4, Greg Cecil. Lillard. District 6, Jerry Farrell. District 7, Chuck Mead. Aye. Robinson.
Aye. All right. The next thing that we need to do, the date, the next commission meeting. We discussed that a little bit earlier, and that it needed to be in the June time.
First Friday, it's the 6th. On the 10th for that one issue with Otter Creek.
That'd be perfect for me.
So that'd be the first Friday in June?
Yes.
Does that work for everybody?
It is the 10th.
I think their meeting's 10th. Our first Friday, I think I'm going to that month right now.
Friday, June 6th?
Yeah, I think
That's what we're looking at real quick.
Yes. Friday, June 6th.
Go beat. This is a wife mandatory trip.
All right. So we'll go ahead and move forward with setting the next commission date for Friday, June 6th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. And the last thing that I would like to do before I ask for adjournment is today's my son's 10th birthday, so I'd just like to wish Mason a happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
And with that, I'll ask for adjournment. A motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Thank you very much.
Got out here at 1:30. That's kind of surprising.